Good evening and welcome. I'd like to call this meeting of the Bloomington City Council to order on Monday, October 25th, 2021. Thank you all for joining us. We will start our meeting as we always do with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all, and as I said, welcome to everyone here in the chambers. Welcome to everybody watching at home. Glad to have you with us. Mr. Brillard, if you could please call the roll call of the council.
Beloga. Carter.
Present.
Coulter.
Present.
Lohman.
I'm here.
Martin.
Present.
Nelson. And Bussey.
Here. 5 of the 7 council members are here. I do think we're having some technical or connection issues. Mr.
That's
Verbrugge?
correct, Mr. Mayor, and council members Nelson and Beloga are both participating virtually from the same location, and they're having internet issues right now, so they're working to resolve, and hopefully will join us soon.
Very good, and I expect they will, so we will keep that in mind. Council, next item on the agenda is the approval of tonight's agenda. I do want to point out item 8.1 is a timed item. So it will not be in the regular numerical order. Actually, it's on the schedule, on the agenda, right after the public comment period. It's a timed item regarding PIR fund bonds. So beyond that, I think other than that, we're pretty straightforward. Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to point out that at your place you should have a corrected resolution for item 6.2 regarding the city's insurance renewals, that we had some numbers that were transposed, so we wanted to make sure that you had the corrected copy, and you'll see that on the top of page 2 is where the numbers were incorrectly entered.
Very good, thank you. Council, any additional questions, additions, subtractions to tonight's agenda? If not, I will move the agenda for this evening.
Second.
Got a motion and a second by Councilmember Lohman to approve tonight's agenda. Hearing no further council discussion, Mr. Brillard.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
And Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We have an agenda, so we will move on to item 4 on our agenda, which is our public comment period. 20-minute period at the start of each of our council meetings where we allow anyone to come forward and address the council for up to 5 minutes on items not on tonight's agenda. I know we had at least one person call in. We'll get to the public comment period in just a moment. But we do start with item 4.1, which is a response to the prior meeting's public comments. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. No questions directed at the city manager for response at the last council meeting. So
Very good.
Nothing
Thank you.
to report. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Verbrugge on that? If not, we'll move on to item 4.2, which is the public comment period. As I said, it's a 20-minute period, up to 5 minutes per person, per speaker. We don't do that to limit speeches or comment, but rather to be fair to everyone involved. So we want to make sure that everybody gets the same 5 minutes tops in their comments to the council. It's not a back and forth between the council and anyone speaking. It's more of an opportunity for the council to listen. We'll answer questions of clarification, but we won't be engaging in a back and forth with anyone commenting. I think Mr. Brillard is on the clock. We've got the clock on the wall. So we'll be ready to go there, and we have one speaker who pre-registered. Ms. Sally Ness would like to approach and address the council again this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Ness. Welcome.
Thanks. As I mentioned at the last meeting, officers met me at my home. First, they mentioned the 2018 incident where I was being neighborly, and then a detective asked about 2019 reports. Detective, reports this school year starting on the first day of school, which was August 26th. You were in a vehicle, someone's driveway, filming the buses and the students coming to school. Do you recall that day? I replied, when you guys leave, take a picture across the street and you'll see that you cannot identify anyone in it. You see there's a person and that person's late. Detective states that a sergeant said to you that this was harassing behavior. Again, he advised you of that. I replied, he clarified it was not, but to be careful and read the statute. Detective states, he said it could be construed as harassing behavior. My attorney asked, is it your recollection, Sally? He said it's not harassing behavior. I replied, it's my recollection. Detective, there was a report that you were back a couple weeks later filming, again, at drop-off, the beginning of school. Do you recall? Maybe it was around September 10, 11, 12, like the second or third week of school. My attorney replied, just don't respond to that. You don't even remember the dates. I did not respond, but I knew I was not back a couple weeks later filming because after the police approached my vehicle on August 27th, while I was in my car in my neighbor's driveway, I was afraid of both 8201 Park and the police. I recently did a data request to find out why the detective asked about these dates. I received a report. The narrative states, on September 17th, reporting party came to police department to report ongoing harassment. Does not feel safe with Ness around her children's school due to some comments that she made to her children and the photos she takes of the children as they enter the school building. Later in the complaint, the alleged comments are provided. While at recess, her children have observed a person they believe to be Ness walking her dog nearby on several occasions. The children have heard her say, "You don't belong here and you guys are crowding the park." I have not walked a dog in 25 plus years. It was not me. And it should not be assumed there is another resident that would speak negatively to the students. I have never heard a park patron speak negatively to or about the students. The narrative continues. They do not believe Ness will physically harm the children other than her comments to them. Recall in the morning of August 27th, the report inaccurately states that the caller wanted to make sure it was noted that they believe this female is planning on being violent. The narrative continues. Picture taking was occurring nearly every day between 7 a.m. and 7:15. Last week, Ness was outside of her vehicle in the street taking pictures of students as they entered the building on Tuesday the 10th and Thursday the 12th. During the same time frame, she appears to be using a camera and not a cellular telephone to take photographs. Again, the police came up to my car on August 27th, and after that morning, I was afraid of 8201 Park and the police. I did not document the school after that morning. Also, before August 27th, when I did take pictures, I was never outside of my vehicle in the street taking pictures, and I used a cellular telephone, which the officers and the patrons at 8201 who photographed me would have noted. And fortunately, on September 10th, 2019, I sent an email at 7:11 from my computer at home. Additionally, the reporting party describes me as thin-billed, and I am not. In September 2019, I was a lot heavier than I am now, and my September medical records support that statement. It was not me, and it should not be assumed to be another resident. I've asked others if they were aware of anyone else in the street taking pictures, and they were not. This inaccurate report, along with the other inaccurate reports, should concern the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ness. Is there anyone else in the council chambers who'd like to speak tonight as part of our public comment period? Anyone? Riza, do we have anyone on the phone who wishes to speak as part of public comment? Anyone wishing to speak to item 4.2?
No one's on the phone. Please continue.
Very good. Last call for anybody in the chambers? Seeing no one coming forward, I will close tonight's public comment period, and we'll move on in our agenda. And we will move on, as I mentioned earlier, to item 8.1, which is a timed item, and it's a resolution awarding the sale of general obligation permanent improvement revolving fund bonds of 2021 Series 55. And our Julie Vogel from our finance office is here to bring us through this. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Julie Vogel, the finance manager. Do you have the PowerPoint, Carolyn? So we had a bond sale today, and it went pretty well. I'm not Lori Economy, I am Julie Vogel, but go on, please. So we start this in September. You know, we do the public hearing. The council postponed the special assessments because we're going to add them to next year. Most of October, we've had the credit rating calls, the credit committees, and the final credit rating reports. And then today, we are selling the bonds to the lowest bidder. as we know, we are one of 40 municipal governments that have the AAA, and we are happy to continue having them. Standard & Poor's is one of the reports. They report that we have a very strong economy, very strong management. Is there any reason why that's happening?
There we go. We should be good now.
Okay, thank you. We have good budget variances with strengthened reserves, and we have a strong debt and contingent liability position. Moody's is another one of our credit rating agencies, and they again affirm our AAA and say we have an integral role in the Twin Cities economy, strong resident incomes, consistently well managed. And I might add that it's not just finance or administration or the council, it's everybody working together to have a well-managed city. And just the city's proactive management team. So Fitch, this is an exciting PowerPoint slide. So a year ago, right? Exciting. A year ago, you know, with the global pandemic, Fitch was the only one that downgraded us from a stable outlook to a negative outlook. And they did that to many governments, so we didn't feel like we were, you know, being really beat up on. With this report, they sent us back to a stable outlook, and that's awesome. Citing strong revenue-raising ability, you know, good management, and sophisticated financial planning. So that was good news. So here's the dollar amount of the bonds, just over $4.5 million. It's for 10 years. The interest cost is 1.13. We approved the project a year ago. We did the project this last summer and spring, and now we're issuing to pay the bonds to pay for those expenses. Fancy. So here we go. When we set out this morning, we thought we were going to issue $5.2 million in bonds. We had a real good premium, which reduced our price just over $600,000. So the final price is $4,540,000. Once again, the true interest cost is the 1.196. And, you know, so we're going to issue $4.5 million in bonds. And another good thing about going under the $5 million, rumor has it that we're going to get a slight price break from our rating agencies, but I haven't seen it yet. Just some of the projects that this money is going to go towards. And are there any questions?
Council, any questions of Ms. Vogel? I would like to note that Councilmember Beloga is now with us, and I see Councilmember Nelson as well. Good evening, gentlemen. Good to see you. Thankful that you were able to fight through the technical issues that you had. Any questions of Ms. Vogel? Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to go back to, it's more of a comment. We don't need to go back in the slide, but just to see those strong ratings that we got and that improvement, even such a slight downgrade to an upgrade, I think is fantastic. And it really is a demonstration, I know, Mayor, you would say this yourself, of the great work that our staff has been doing, and you know, really the policy decisions that we all make, you know, as Councilmember Coulter would often say. And so I just think it's tremendous to see that we continue that long track record of that work.
Good, thank you. I told you that was an exciting slide.
It was, and yes, Councilmember Lohman, that AAA is definitely a point of pride for the city. I don't know, it's not only for the folks up here, but for the staff, and I would hope for the residents of Bloomington as well, because it is something that puts Bloomington apart from the vast majority of cities across this country.
Right, and it truly does make our interest rates that we pay for our debt lower.
Very good. Council, any additional questions on this? I am hearing none.
Right, so we need a motion.
Council, if there are no questions, I will look for action on this. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move that we adopt a resolution awarding the sale of general obligation permanent improvement revolving fund bonds of 2021 Series 55 in the principal amount of $4.54 million, fixing their form and specifications, directing their execution and delivery, and providing for their payment.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Carter to award the sale of the GO-PIR fund bonds for 2021 Series 55 in the principal amount of $4.5 million. Council, any additional discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Billard.
Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Busse.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Well, thank you very much.
Yep, thank
It's,
you.
Always good news to hear as these go as smoothly as they do and as positive as they do. So thank you very much for that work.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. With that, Council, with 8.1 out of the way and a little bit out of order, we'll get back into order and we'll go on to our introductory items, which is item 5 on our agenda. And our first introductory item is item 5.1, the introduction of new employees. And we've been doing this since we've been getting back together as a council and folks back in the council chambers, staff and the public, an opportunity to meet employees who have joined city staff over the past, I guess, 18 months or so that we haven't had a chance to welcome. And so that we take this opportunity to say hello to them and meet them and introduce them to the public. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. We have 3 employees we're introducing this evening, one from our Community Development Department. So I'd like to invite our Community Development Director, Carla Henderson, to come forward and introduce the new employee in CD. And then following Carla will be our Public Works Director, Carl Keel.
Good evening, Ms. Henderson. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I love that I'm following Julie and all that great news because I came across a statement that said, build a world-class team and they will do world-class things. And so tonight, I get to introduce our newest member, Darely Navarro, who joined us almost 2 months ago as a office support specialist. And what made her so special is we had almost 200 applicants for this position. She was definitely the most qualified with her degree, working for the city of Delray Beach, coming to Minnesota. But it was something she said in her interview when she made a comment that, wouldn't it be nice we all could use a little bit more kindness in the world? And so I was like, that's the type of person we want to have on the team. So she's here 2 months in as an office support specialist in buildings and inspections. And she wants to go back to school to get her master's degree and become a city planner. So I want to introduce her.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council, and thank you, Carla. Thank you for letting me introduce myself. I was born and raised in Bogota, Colombia. I have a bachelor's degree in urban and regional planning from Florida Atlantic University. I have recently moved from Florida, and where I work as a planner for more than 2 years. I'm really happy and proud to be here today, and it's a great opportunity for me to work for such an amazing city, and I look forward to grow and achieve amazing things with the city of Bloomington.
Very good. Well, welcome. We're very glad to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Keel, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm here this evening to introduce you to 2 new park keepers on our staff. Park keepers are those folks that do a wide range of activities all year round associated with our parks and our trails. So they're the folks that do a lot of snow clearing, both on cul-de-sacs and on our sidewalks, a lot of the plowing, a lot of the forest management types of things, burn prairies, and wide range of items. So we have 2 new employees. First, and both are appearing with us remotely this evening, is Nicholas Abel. So Nick and his wife came to Bloomington from California about 4 years ago and settled in Bloomington. Since that time, they have 2 young children. Nick, while in Florida, he played football at UCLA, and he's also an avid dirt bike racer. Comes with us with a wide range of kind of skills having to do with mechanics and management and wildfire fighting. And so with that, I would like to introduce you to Nick. And Nick, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Oh, I just want to thank you for the opportunity. Nice to meet everyone. See everybody in virtual person, but resident here now and looking to take pride in taking care of the city. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Nick. Welcome aboard. Look forward to meeting you in person.
And our second employee is Lauren Hazy. Lauren is on the screen remotely as well. Lauren did not come from California. She actually grew up here in Bloomington, and she's a graduate of Kennedy High School. She comes to us with a bachelor's degree in biology from Mankato State, or I guess it's more Minnesota State University at Mankato is a more proper way of saying that. Lauren has worked for us for about 5 years as a seasonal employee, so she's very familiar with our parks crew. Had worked primarily at Dred Scott and at Valley View, and so we're very excited to have her as a full-time employee. Lauren.
Thank you for having me, and nice to meet you guys virtually. Yeah, I'm really, really excited to be back working as a full-time employee with the city of Bloomington.
And we're very glad to have you, Lauren. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
And again, looking forward to meeting you in person as well. So
You
welcome.
too.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we will move on to item 5.2 in our agenda. And this is some awards that we received for our work in 2021 with our communications staff. And one of the most important things I think that the city does is communicate with residents, telling people, letting them know what's going on, keeping them informed, keeping them up to date. And what I appreciate and have always loved about Bloomington and the Bloomington communications team is that they just don't do communications, they do great communications. And it's not just me saying that. This is borne out by what Janine is going to talk about tonight, the number of awards at the national and at the state level for the work that our communication staff does. So good evening, Janine. Welcome. Glad to see you again. And please fill us in.
Okay, good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bussey and council members. I am Janine Hill, Communications Administrator, and I'm going to advance the slides, I think. Maybe not. Look at you? Okay. But I will. I'm pleased to be here tonight with you to present some award city communications. Bloomington was honored with awards from the local organization Minnesota Association of Government Communicators and from the national organization City County Communications and Marketing Association 3CMA. So let's get started. Topping the awards list, Bloomington took first place Savvy Award from the national organization 3CMA for the 2021 State of the City. Because the pandemic continued in 2021, we produced an engaging virtual presentation led by Mayor Bussey and posted it to YouTube to reach our community. The theme, 2020, next slide please. A year like no other, stories of hope, challenges, and resilience helped us tell the story of what the community had been through the previous year, our struggles, how we comforted and supported each other, and how we persevered. Judges said of the presentation, clear, concise, very well executed, and impactful. They said, so many of us had to pivot during COVID, but you found a way to rally your troops to create a meaningful state of the city that reached so many and kept your work relevant to the community. Very well done. Bloomington was honored with another first place award from MAGC. The video Buckthorn Bust How To received a first place Northern Lights Award and was a Best of Show nominee, one of only 5 entries nominated for this honor. The city typically holds an annual Buckthorn Bust. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Communications and Public Works Maintenance Divisions, alongside the Sustainability Commission, created a video to spread the word to residents about how to remove the invasive plant themselves. Judges said, "You have served your community well with identification, explanation, and action items on how to eradicate buckthorn." 3CMA awarded a second place Silver Circle Award for the 2020 Corporate Report to the community. The presentation of the city's financials to the community in this format and delivery has received a lot of recognition over the years, including multiple first place awards. This publication is a partnership between the city's finance department and the communications division. A second place award from 3CMA and a third place award from MAGC went to Mask Up Bloomington social media campaign. Bloomington's COVID-19 Incident Command Group instructed our communications team to prioritize messages about the importance of mask wearing to reduce the spread of coronavirus. Our challenge was to keep the messaging fresh and create posts that people might be inclined to share. Our communications team brainstormed ways to appeal to people's civic pride and sense of humor. Thus was hatched the idea of hashtag #MaskUpBloomington photo campaign. Our answer was to add masks via Photoshop to a series of photos of popular Bloomington landmarks and city assets and share them on social media, along with messages encouraging mask wearing. The photography angle made Instagram the ideal vehicle for the campaign, and it gave us a good excuse to share important COVID-19 messages on that visual-centric platform. Judges said, "This is a fantastic entry, a great way to get an important message across while connecting this global topic back to the local level." The Briefing monthly newsletter to the community, another multiple award winner over the years, was awarded second place in the publications category by MAGC and a third place award from 3CMA. Judges said, "Great use of existing resources and excellent survey results and data to show how effective the briefing is. We liked your focus on providing news that is valuable to the audience. The publication efficiently and effectively promotes the city's programming and activities, but most importantly, you produce something that is read." The weekly council minute message from Mayor Bussey received a third place award from MAGC. Mayor Bussey provides an under 10-minute video recap of important agenda items and news happenings in Bloomington. Our goals were to provide a brief rundown of topics of interest from the previous night's council meeting, but during the pandemic, it became much more than that, and to create a show that would appeal not only to cable viewers, but to a wider audience on social media, and package the content in such a way that it would be easily digestible to the public. Judges agreed, and we were recognized with an award for our efforts. City Communications produced a series of videos in partnership with Artistry. Our goals were to bring exhibits to the community via video as the pandemic prevented visitors from viewing the exhibit in the Inez Greenberg Gallery, and also to tell the story of each individual artist and their work. Visual Translations received a third place award from MAGC. And finally, the history-focused video, Bloomington Yesterday, Paul Family Farm, received an award of merit from MAGC. Beautifully shot and produced, judges said, "Nice variety of shots, interviews, and new and old footage. Well done." There are many, many people who make these awards possible by providing content, ideas, support, and leadership. The city's communications team enjoys and is committed to providing the best, accurate, timely, and engaging communications to the Bloomington community. We are thankful for the continued recognition of our efforts. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members.
And thank you, Ms. Hill. Outstanding work, and it really is. And I think what you didn't mention, the 3CMA awards, I mean, those are national awards from more than 800 nominations or entries nationwide. And we have first, second, and third place finishes in that, and that's just outstanding, just fabulous. So thank you much for your work. Greatly, greatly appreciated for all you do and your staff. Council, anything to add? Anyone like to add? Jump in? No? Well, thank you.
Okay.
I don't know. I just can't say enough about the excellence in the communication staff. So I think they deserve a round of applause, don't you? It's
Thank you.
And as for the third place award, it's an honor just to be nominated, really. It's Item 6 on our agenda is the consent business. Councilmember Martin has the consent agenda tonight. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. So far I have a hold from Councilmember Carter on item 6.2 and then holds from Councilmember Coulter on item 6.3, 7, 10, and 13. Was there anything I'm missing there? Okay, it doesn't look like it, so I'll go ahead and motion approval of 6.1, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, 12, 14, and 15.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Martin, second by Councilmember Coulter to accept this evening's consent agenda as stated. Hearing no further council discussion on this, Mr. Brillhart.
Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter. Aye. Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
And Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 6.2, you said that was Councilmember Carter. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to abstain from this vote, just to potential conflict of interest.
Understood. Thank you so very much. So with the noted abstention, Councilmember Martin, do you want to move forward on this one?
Sure thing. Mayor, I move we adopt a resolution establishing employer contribution levels for 2022 medical, dental insurance, life insurance, and long-term disability insurance benefits and authorizing the appropriate officials to enter into related contracts.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept item 6.2 on our consent business. Hearing no further council discussion, Mr. Brillard.
Beloga.
Aye.
Coulter. Aye. Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
And Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 6-0 with an abstention from Councilmember Carter. Item 6.3, I believe that was Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Coulter.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Consent agenda is kind of the Nathan Coulter show tonight, but I'm holding just a series of items, not because I have questions or concerns with any of them, but just because they are, I think, items that would be of interest to the broader public. And this is the first. This is just a resolution rescinding the water restrictions that we had put in place this past July. Obviously, a number of things have changed, most notably being that the weather is getting colder and folks are just using less water overall, and we are no longer in the drought conditions that we were before. So I just wanted to bring that to the public's attention, that we are removing these restrictions. I don't know if anybody else has anything to add to that. If not, I will move to adopt a resolution rescinding all water use restrictions previously established by Resolution 2021-131, adopted July 26, 2021.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Coulter, second by Councilmember Carter to accept item 6.3 under consent business. No further council discussion. Mr. Brillard.
Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 6.7, Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, just something that I wanted to bring to the public's attention. This is a resolution authorizing purchase of property for a new public works fleet garage. It is a facility that is definitely needed, and I know has been drawing some interest from folks in the community, and just wanted folks to know that we are moving forward and getting that done. So I will move to adopt a resolution authorizing the purchase of 1750 West 96th Street in Bloomington.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Coulter, second by Councilmember Lohman to accept item 6.7 on the consent business. No further council discussion. Mr. Brillard.
Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
And Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 6.10, Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. This one is a little bit personal for me, back from my days serving on the HRA, but this is just an amendment to an agreement that the city of Bloomington had entered into with regards to what used to be the old Days Inn over by Highway 100 and 494. And that is a property that I know many, myself included, have really been hoping would get redeveloped and just something better go in there than the Days Inn that was there. And this is the next step in that process. And I'm raising that not only because I have heard from folks in our community about it, of course, but because I think it's exciting to see something finally happen and something moving forward with that property that has been a problem not only for our community development department, but our police department as well, I know. So I'm just glad to see that moving forward and wanted to point that out. So I will move to adopt a resolution authorizing an amendment to sublease agreement between the City of Bloomington and Bloomington Crossroads Venture LLC.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Coulter, second by Councilmember Martin to accept item 6.10 on the consent agenda. Hearing no further council discussion, Mr. Brillard.
Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
And Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. And item 6.13, Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the last one, I promise. I just wanted to raise this up because I know, Councilmember Lohman has raised this issue, and I've heard from other folks in the community with regards to the Bloomington Police Department's participation in federal task forces, and this is adding in a stipulation to an agreement between the city and the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency, requiring that BPD officers will be wearing body-worn cameras when they participate in those kinds of task forces. So I know, like I said, I've heard from folks, I know that's been a question among a number of folks based on some things that have been in the news, of course, and just wanted to point that out, that this is a change that will be made moving forward. So I will move to approve. Oh, sorry, that's right, Councilmember Lohman.
Councilmember Lohman, you had a question?
Yeah, I did have a question. I also wanted to thank Councilmember Coulter for reminding folks about that very important issue and that we did take action on that. But if I could just take a slight little detour, I had a couple of residents who reached out to me. They were a little bit concerned about crime in Bloomington, and I know that it's been an issue broadly. And I wonder if the police chief would be willing at all to just offer some commentary on the work that we do on an ongoing basis. I know sometimes that the public doesn't have the opportunity to hear what we're doing. I always thought that our Bloomington Police Department is the best in the country, but I'm a little bit biased. Maybe I grew up here. So if you would be willing to just share a little bit about that. I know there's some things out there on Facebook and that kind of thing where people are just concerned about crime generally in Bloomington and what we're doing to address those important issues.
Sure.
Chief Riley, good evening.
City Council, Councilmember Lohman. It was a busy last couple weeks. We saw some high priority crimes that were being committed. One in a neighborhood that's familiar with a lot of us, and I'll tell you that crime is up, violent crime is up. We've addressed as much as we can. There's some things that we can actually affect as far as saturation patrols. We can deploy technical equipment into areas for more high visibility and police presence. But unfortunately, narcotics drives a lot of the crimes that we see today. I would put our narcotics unit up against any in the Twin Cities. We're out there, we're proactive. I think whether it's a robbery at 86th and Lindale or a group that are shooting each other driving through the community, I'm proud of the work that the police department did. They were in the area, and they ended up making an arrest and working on an arrest in the other cases. So I got to be careful because those are active, and I don't want to divulge too much. But I think, we always talk about a partnership between the community and the police department, and it's never been more important and valuable than it is today. I know it's cliche, but we encourage people, as we have from almost 30 years of doing this. You need to partner, you need to call, you need to get us, and use your filter. Not everybody is suspicious just because they're in a neighborhood that they appear not to be living in. But we need that. We need people, the eyes and ears of the community, and you've seen that. It was several calls in the vehicles, one of which was firing at another. We received many calls on that. And again, we had an officer in the area. We were able to stop one of the cars and get information, and we're heading in the right direction on that. So, again, we saw a spike in violent crime in Bloomington back in March of this year. Then we saw a little bit of an uptick. It fell off, a little bit uptick in June. But again, we are no different than any other city in Hennepin County right now. We're experiencing a high number of guns, a little bit, a little bit higher percentage of people that are just committing the violent. We don't, thank goodness, have a lot of homicides here in Bloomington, but the aggravated assaults, the sexual assaults, and the robberies, those are what drive the violent crimes. And, I broke down, I think, in the One Weekly here a couple weeks ago, but about 60% of all aggravated assaults are people that know each other. That's not comforting to those in the 40 percentile, but again, we've invested in this police department. They're in where they need to be, and whether it's the first officer on scene or the investigator that's following up, the BPD has got one of the highest clearance rates in the state at almost 60%. So if you do commit a crime in Bloomington, there's a good chance you're going to get charged for it. So, questions?
Councilmember Lohman?
I just wanted to just say thank you for willing to kind of do this on the fly. I know I had a number of questions that were there, and I think those were the main question was what can I do? And I think I just want to reiterate that, making sure you're calling in, your block captain. I know we've had a block captain program here. I know, Mayor, you speak at that, every year for many years, and it is a team kind of sport. And I know this council itself has been very supportive of the Bloomington Police Department. And as we continue to support trying to make sure that we keep our crime down, and we are seeing some unique things. So I appreciate you giving us a background on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman.
Councilmember Carter?
If I recall correctly, at the end of 2020, we kind of did a wrap-up at the end of the year with a presentation on the kind of crime statistics, and I'm wondering if we could get something similar toward the end of this year.
Sure.
Okay, great. I also just want to chime in. I know in 2020 we had a really high number of domestic-related homicides, and sadly we just had one recently, but I believe that was our first one this year.
It was.
And I just want to thank you so much, and thank the police officers that have been involved in really helping make tweaks to kind of the process that we have with Cornerstone and just trying to get ahead of some of those things. So I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. We are, Councilmember Carter, we are partnering, I believe it was your suggestion, with them to come out with an educational video. Again, just making people aware of the services that both not only the Bloomington Police Department, but also in our partnership with Cornerstone. So that's hopefully that'll be up for an award too. So we'll see. But it's a great suggestion and one that we're working on.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
Councilmember Nelson, I saw your hand up earlier. Did you have a question?
My question was asked and answered, but I will echo the thanks to Chief Hartley, all of our officers and staff in our police department. So excellent work. And as always, I think that if there's anything we can do on the council level to help you and support you, just let us know. Don't hesitate to make the request.
Well, on behalf of the police department, I really appreciate it from all of you. Thank you.
Council, additional questions? Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I can go ahead and make a motion on this.
Please.
I think just to sort of bring this all together, though, I think we're all just really grateful that we have the police department that we have, that they are willing and interested in doing a lot of different things and doing a lot of work, frankly, to serve the community well. So with that, I will move to approve an addendum to task force agreements pertaining to body-worn cameras.
Second.
We got a motion by Councilmember Coulter, second by Councilmember Carter to accept item 6.13 on our consent agenda. Hearing no further council discussion on this, Mr. Brillard.
Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
And Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Councilmember Martin. Councilmember Coulter, thank you for your questions. We'll move on to item 7 on our agenda, which is our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. We have 2 public hearings this evening. And the first, item 7.1, is a public hearing regarding Fire Station number 4 redevelopment. We're going to be talking about rezoning and the final development plan. Mr. Johnson, you're entering the echo zone there. So.
Thank you, Mayor Bussey.
Good evening.
Good to see you and the council tonight. I'll share my screen. I only have a few slides to share. So yeah, I am Nick Johnson, one of the city planners here. I'll be presenting to you the development approvals for Fire Station 4. Also here this evening is Deb Williams from Public Works, who's the project manager, and Fire Chief Seal is here to answer questions as well, should you have any that I can't answer. The package before you includes 3 actions, a rezoning, and then preliminary and final development plans. This is replacing existing Fire Station 4. The site is just to the west of France Avenue and to the south of Wanda Miller Park, so certainly a well-known site. Residential to the west and south, and a data center across the street. This is the existing condition. The existing Fire Station 4 is a 1-story structure. It's 4,500 square feet in size. It has 3 access points. The access points with the new site plan will remain relatively unchanged. So that just gives you a flavor of what is out there today. It's an obsolete structure. It doesn't have the capability to host a lot of the modern fire equipment and expanded fire equipment that the fire department relies upon. So they are looking to replace this facility. Many of you, I think, have been on the council. The majority of all of this analysis that has been done in the last few years regarding the city's fire station facilities. But the only bullet I'll touch on here verbally is that there was a citywide analysis done in the years 2019 and 20 that the important takeaway from that is that it confirmed that the present locations of the city's 6 fire stations are the correct and adequate locations to provide fire response that meets the current standards. And that has to do with response times. Chief Seal can get into those details if you like, but that is what kind of informs bringing this package before you to replace the facility at the existing location. The rezoning action before you tonight is not changing the base zoning district. As with any preliminary and final development plans as driven by our code, you do have to add the planned development overlay zoning district to a site when adopting or approving preliminary and final development plans. So this is really just a procedural action. Fire stations are a permitted use in the R1 zoning district, the base district, so there's no need to change that. Get into the new site plan before you this evening under consideration. So again, the building is in the central and western portion of the site, similar to the existing condition. It is a larger building, certainly. Expanding and shifting more close over to that western boundary. If you noticed in the aerial, the site is a little bit higher on the western side of the site, so they will need to carve into that hill with some retaining walls, which does have some to do with the flexibility under consideration. But there's 3 drive-through apparatus bays on the west side of the structure. That's the less tall portion of the building, if you will, on the west side. So they have the 3 drive-through bays. They also have a 4th bay, which can host an EMS vehicle, which is typically at Fire Station 4. The access points are similar to the existing condition. As I noted, the parking and circulation aisles are focused on the north and east sides of the building along the streets, which I think is good in lessening some of those impacts to some of the neighbors. I think that's the main things I wanted to touch on with the site plan. The building itself is proposed to be constructed of brick, stone, glass, and some metal panels. I'd say it follows a similar design aesthetic as Fire Station 3, which was recently constructed, but maybe even a little more brick, a fair amount of articulation, so it's a good-looking building. Get into the floor plan. This is the first floor. Again, you have the apparatus bays on the west side, but the majority of the other uses in the building are office, dispatch area, classroom. Certainly there's always ongoing educational requirements for firefighters as well as training. So certainly there's spaces provided for that. Decontamination and gear lockers and other storage of other equipment also provided on the first floor. The second floor includes 8 dormitories, both for firefighter wellness, as well as providing for future operational shifts in the department should it have to take that direction. and then some additional spaces for that are accessory to the dormitory spaces, including fitness and kitchen. There's also some additional training space on the second floor, and then the hose tower on the south end of the building, as well as the stairwell. That's the tallest portion of the building, is right there on that south side at the hose tower. Getting into some of the PD flexibility before you, there's two things I'll touch on in the PD flexibility. I don't plan to get into the specific items unless there's questions about it, but first of all, PD flexibility as opposed to a variance, which has to meet very specific and narrow criteria. PD flexibility is based on a public benefits test, and as opposed to private development, in this case, it's a much lower lift, or it's a pretty straightforward and clear argument as to the merits as to how this facility provides a public benefit. So that's the first key, is that it does pass the public benefits test. And then the second element is that the majority of these flexibilities being requested are fairly modest in dimensional scope. The building setbacks, the portion of the building highlighted in red on the slide before you is the portion of the building that doesn't meet our current setback requirements. The portion of the building that gets closest to the western boundary there, that's actually a trash and generator enclosure. So that's actually a fairly low structure. It's not a tall structure there. But otherwise, the structure for the most part meets or is close to meeting most of our setback requirements. There's a few other elements, and again, this is all driven by the fact that we're replacing a older facility with a new facility with much larger storage needs and equipment needs on the same site. And so that's really what's driving a lot of these requests for flexibility. And I can return back to this if there's any questions about those. At the Planning Commission public hearing, we did hold a public hearing on September the 23rd. There were 3 speakers at the meeting, mostly just questions and discussion. We did receive one email from a neighboring resident, and there were some questions about stormwater and a few other elements of the plan that was included in your packet for consideration. Otherwise, the Planning Commission did discuss this item and ultimately did recommend approval unanimously. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have. As I mentioned, those other staff members are also available, but there would be 3 motions associated with this action.
Council, questions of Mr. Johnson? Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Johnson, just I understand that the issue before us is the zoning question, not the actual plan. Although I'm just going to talk quickly to the plan. Will this accommodate changes in the future to how we staff our fire departments as we potentially shift from the paid on-call to more of a employee situation? Will this be able to accommodate that with the dormitories and the places to stay and things of that nature?
Thanks, Mayor. I would defer to Chief Seal on that question.
Chief Seal, good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, that is correct. The building has been designed to take into account changes that may be coming in the future.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure it would be flexible in that, so I appreciate that thoughtfulness from the department. So.
Council, additional questions? I hear no additional questions. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. This is a public hearing. And so right now, I would like to open the public hearing on item 7.1 regarding the Fire Station Number 4 redevelopment and the rezoning and the development plans, proposed and final development plans. Is there anyone in the council chambers who wishes to speak to item 7.1? Anyone wishing to speak to item 7.1? Reza, do we have anyone on the phone who wishes to speak to item 7.1?
No one's on the phone. Please continue.
Thank you so much. One last call for anyone in the chambers. Seeing no one coming forward and hearing no one on the phone to speak, Council, I look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 7.1.
So moved.
Second. We've got a motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 7.1. No further council discussion. Mr. Brillard.
Beloga.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing on item 7.1. Council, additional comments or questions on this? And actually, I have one, Mr. Johnson, if I could. If I know there was back and forth with the neighborhood and among the Planning Commission as well regarding the LED sign. Could you explain where we are with that?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. There was a fair amount of discussion about the location of the sign at the Planning Commission meeting. The application previously was contemplating, well, that's a good picture of it right there. The previous application was contemplating a request for flexibility to move that sign up closer to the street. And ultimately, staff's perspective on that was just to meet the setback because there was adequate space. Planning Commission supported that recommendation, and they were able to adjust their plans to just remove that request altogether.
And the reason I ask, and I appreciate that, and I understand there was some back and forth in the discussion on that. We just had a discussion regarding communications, and I mean, one of the rules of communications is you meet people where they are in terms of how you get the message to audiences. And this is a good opportunity, the same as Fire Station 3 is a good opportunity for a changeable message sign that the city of Bloomington could have and be able to, you know, community-wide messages where things would be consistent throughout the 5 fire stations that we're rebuilding ultimately, or for that matter, very specific toward the neighborhood or the area that it's in. I would advocate for having that sign and using that sign as much as possible regarding as a communications tool for folks. You know, use your imagination with if the interwebs went down and people were looking for information or as an opportunity to promote things going on in the city or whatever the reason. You've all heard me use the example of sidewalk chalking at the university because that's where students are looking and that's where you get the information to them. And then this would be the same kind of thing. 84th is obviously a well-traveled road. So that's my soapbox on LED changeable sign in this location and the other locations in the fire stations as well.
Yeah, and if I may really briefly, you know, there was some concern from a neighbor who thought that some of these types of signs may not be less appropriate in residential neighborhoods, and I certainly understand that perspective. One thing I'd say maybe to assuage those concerns is that we do have standards about sign brightness, how often the signs can change with their motion and messaging and that kind of thing. So hopefully that provides a little bit more comfort in that regard. But you know, there's many of these types of signs in residential areas at places of assembly and other city facilities. So as long as they're done, managed in a tasteful way, I think it's a good messaging opportunity.
Thank you. Council, anything else? Any other questions? If not, Council, I would look for action on item 7.1.
Mayor, I'd be happy to
Councilmember Lohman.
make that motion, or as it were, motions. Mayor, I'll move to, in the case of PL 2021-186, to adopt ordinance rezoning 4201 West 84th Street from R1 to R1 PD.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Martin to adopt an ordinance rezoning the said address from R1 to R1 PD. Hearing no further council discussion on this, Mr. Brillert.
Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I move to adopt a resolution for directing a summary publication of the ordinance and ordinance rezoning 4201 West 84th Street from R1 to R1 PD.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Martin for summary publication. No further council discussion. Mr. Brillert.
Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
And Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Lohman, do you want to finish this off here?
Might as well, since we're on a roll here. In case PL 221-186, having been able to make the required findings to approve preliminary and final development plans for a new approximately 25,000 square foot fire station, replacing existing fire station number 4 located at 4201 West 84th Street, subject to the conditions and code requirements attached to the staff report.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Martin to approve the preliminary and final development plans. Hearing no further council discussion, Mr. Brillert.
Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Loman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Chief. One more on the books. We'll look forward to that. Very good. Item 7.2 on our agenda is our final public hearing of the evening, and it's a public hearing regarding a resolution to approve the feasibility report and order the 98th Street and Normandale Boulevard intersection improvement project. And Mr. Bob Simons, and I think Kirk Roberts is also here with us this evening. They're going to talk us through this one. Good evening. Welcome.
All right. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Yes, I'm Bob Simons, a senior civil engineer in our street design and infrastructure area. I'll be giving a portion of the presentation, and Kirk Roberts, our traffic and transportation engineer, will be giving the other portion of the presentation this evening. We're here tonight for the public hearing and the ordering of our 98th Street and Normandale Boulevard intersection safety improvement project. Next slide, please. Just a quick project overview. This project is at the intersection of 98th Street and Normandale Boulevard. 98th Street being under city's jurisdiction, the east to west route in the intersection, and Normandale Boulevard being under Hennepin County's jurisdiction, the north-south route in the intersection. Next slide, please. A little bit of information on project history. In August of 2018, the city of Bloomington provided a letter of support to Hennepin County for a solicitation for federal funding through the Highway Safety Improvement Program, or HSIP as it's referred to. In August of 2018, Hennepin County applied for put in an application for the solicitation for federal funding to MnDOT. With this solicitation, it's a competitive process for that Highway Safety Improvement Program funding. The reviewers look at items such as benefit cost ratio, crash reduction factors, and things of that sort when figuring out which safety improvement projects will get picked to receive this funding. In February of 2019, Hennepin County was awarded federal funds of $1.17 million for this intersection project. And then in April 19, 2021, City Council ordered a feasibility study. Back just recently in October, we held a neighborhood meeting at Tarn Hill Park, and then we're here tonight for the public hearing. Next slide, please. Some information on project need for this project. This intersection was identified as a prioritized urban intersection by Hennepin County's roadway safety plan due to a high frequency of crashes and challenging sight lines due to the presence of channelized right turn lanes in the intersection. In a span of time of 3 years prior to the application being submitted for the federal funding, over the span of about 3 years, there was 29 crashes reported in the intersection. 90% of those crashes were rear-end crashes, and one crash in the intersection did result in a fatality. And Kirk will give some more information on those crashes here in just a minute. And also with this project, ADA compliance will be upgraded with the project. There's some pedestrian ramps and some different sidewalks and trails in the location of the intersection that are not up to ADA requirements. So they would be brought up to ADA compliance with the project. And then there's also some pedestrian mobility concerns in the area with these channelized right turn lanes. And Kirk will also give some more information on that. And with that, I'll pass it over to Kirk Roberts.
Good evening, Mr. Roberts.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. So just a little bit of history about Normandale Boulevard and this intersection in particular, how it became the way it did. Early in the city's history, the assumption was that Highway 100 would extend down through the city. There were a couple of river crossings there that you could access from Highway 100, Bloomington Ferry, the largest of them, but there was also a crossing for some time at the Swing Bridge, at the Dan Patch, the railroad crossing at that location too. Next slide, Carolyn. And then there was also a now defunct plan to extend. One slide back, if you don't mind. There was also a plan to extend 98th Street from its current terminus there, just after 98th, or just after Normandale Boulevard, all the way across the park over into roughly the area now that's the intersection of Bush Lake Road and Lindstrom. And I want to make it clear, I'm not recommending that. That is not a new plan on the books. We are not going to extend 98th Street, but it was the plan at some point to push that right across Highland. And at the epicenter of both of those major facilities was this intersection 98th and Normandale. Carolyn, one more. Now, we all know that the plans changed. It was ultimately decided that Highway 169 would be the significant north-south route on the west side of the city. Plans for the extension of 98th Street across the much-beloved Highland Park were abandoned. Normandale Boulevard has stayed what it is, which is a significant arterial road serving the west side of the city between the 494 and Old Shakopee, and that's where we sit. What remains of that, if you could advance one more, is that we have this road that was planned for a very different set of circumstances than we see now. And if it's interesting, if you look back over the volume history for the past 45 years, if you take the trend, volumes have been largely flat over the years. They've increased and decreased as circumstances changed, as we got rid of traffic lights being the last dip you see on the 169 on that graph. But we still have this intersection that was planned for much higher volumes. It resembles somewhat of an interchange in design. And so what's the problem with that? We're somewhat fortunate to have an intersection that has a whole lot of capacity. Well, the issue here is safety. We've got a crash problem. And council, this is the same slide that I used the October 4th meeting to talk about the Xerxes intersection and crash rates and how we look at that. Xerxes, that we talked last, had 0.54 crashes per million entering vehicles. And the way that we look at crashes, we can look at the total number, of which over a 5-year period there were 29 total crashes at this intersection. But we try to normalize that because higher volume intersections are bound to have higher crashes. That doesn't tell you that they're unsafe, it just tells you the sheer number. So we look at it in terms of a rate. 98th Street in Normandale has 0.72 crashes per million entering vehicles. So it's one of the higher locations for crashes in the city. I talked last time about how once it reaches 1, that's a significant safety need that we need to go address very aggressively. This is still a very high crash rate. It's higher than we would expect. It's higher than the other intersections in the vicinity. And it's a problem that can be addressed. The issue. The biggest problem is the high-speed design that this intersection was geared for originally, when it was expected that volumes would just continue increasing in perpetuity. Mostly it's the free rides that do it. This northbound free ride in particular has the biggest issue. And put yourself in the driver's place here. You're coming around this right turn. Your main focus, you know you've got to yield the traffic on Normandale Boulevard, and so you're looking sort of over your shoulder here to see if there's a break in traffic. Otherwise, you're going to go ahead and yield. And you're doing it at a very high speed because of the way these were designed. What people don't often expect is there could be a car waiting there for a break in traffic, and so we have these rear end crashes. It is very acute. At this location, the diagram I'm showing you, that's 75% of the crashes at this intersection over a 5-year period is this right turn, this yield condition right here. We have the so-called pork chops, the free right turns all over the city, and most of them are much smaller than these, designed for a much lower speed where drivers have time to react if there's a car waiting there, pedestrian, things like that. These are just a design that was of a different era for a different set of circumstances. The other issue you have, as I mentioned, is you're looking for that break in traffic. You're looking over your shoulder, you're judging your yield, and that's what you want drivers focusing on. You've also got pedestrian facilities right in there. And it's a free crosswalk across that right turn lane. And we don't have documented crash problems at this location with pedestrians being struck in those, but it is a very uncomfortable situation, and the conditions are certainly there for those types of crashes. So the solution is essentially get rid of the free rides. We do have dedicated right turn lanes as well as left turn lanes for where those volumes are significant enough to need that treatment. But just getting rid of the free rides. We also plan to narrow the intersection, and just getting rid of that broad intersection feel should help to moderate traffic speeds in the area a little bit. And then that's what the preliminary design here shows. The question in a lot of people's mind is, well, what happens to traffic patterns? How much delay do you add to this intersection? And so next slide, jump into that. So modeling the traffic changes that we proposed, this is the evening peak hour when traffic is usually at its worst for most circumstances. For that free right turn, right now the delay is typically about 3 seconds per vehicle if you do have to make that yield condition or if you're behind someone that's yielding. Under the proposed design, it would go to about 11 seconds on average for that right turn in terms of delay. And then the colors, I'm showing you the approximate queue length as well. The through movement, we would take that down to a single through lane going westbound because that's all we need for the volumes. In the evening peak, that's about 56 seconds now. It would go up a bit to about 63 seconds under the proposal. The left turn, it increases that time by about a second. And don't hold me to that. There's a lot of margin of error in those calculations. And the person in front of you, if they're combing their hair, it might be another second or two. This is sort of an average. One of the outcomes of that, and the neighbors were concerned about this, is that you do sometimes get lane blocking in that lane right now where the through movement blocks the left turn lane, so you can't even get into that left. So we're investigating the possibility of just lengthening that by a couple car lengths if there's no utilities or other significant issues there. But overall, the intersection is going to work fine. These delay numbers put us in level of service A, B, and C, which are delay that is typical and not anything that's going to send people through the roof. Then that's the evening peak hour. The morning peak hour, there's a couple other issues. So if we can go to the next slide. The free right, because of the heavy volume of traffic northbound on Normandale in the morning, right now your right turn delay is about 5 seconds. It would go to about 23 seconds under the proposed configuration. The through movement, about the same, and left turns actually go down slightly, and that's because we can phase it differently. We can use those flashing yellow arrows under a lot of circumstances. We can make the intersection more efficient, and there's just better phasing options. So overall, and one other notable change is that there's also a heavy southbound left turn movement. And one of the things that we can do on this intersection to take advantage of that heavy southbound, it's heavy enough that the county has to operate the signal to reserve that southbound left turn twice in the same cycle to get all the traffic through. We add an overlap phase for those heavy right turns, the northbound right turn that we heard a number of concerns about. And so that when that left turn is up, the right turn green arrow also goes on so you can make that right turn. And that keeps our delay to that manageable 23 seconds proposed. And there's not any issues with adding that into the plans. I mentioned this bit of obscure design because one of the residents asked me, and so I promised to follow up, so I've done that. So by and large, it's an intersection safety project. We can achieve the safety goals, we can reduce crash reduction, and the delays and the changes in traffic, it either improves conditions at most movements, and the ones that it does add some additional delay are not insignificant, no delay is, but they are well within in that balance between between safety and mobility. Those trade-offs are well worth it in this case.
All right, just a few more slides here. This is an intersection rendering looking as it states to the southeast. As you can see, the larger channelized right turn lanes being removed and dedicated right turns being added at the intersection. I'll get into some design highlights in here in a minute, but you can see the medians would be extended with some refuge areas for pedestrians as they're crossing, and then as well as some ADA accessibility upgrades at each corner of the intersection as well. The darker pavement that you see on here, with the geometric revisions that would be done at the intersection, that's approximately where the pavement would be removed and replaced due to the geometric revisions that would occur in the intersection. Next slide, please. So just to reiterate some of the design highlights, it'd be the removal of the existing channelized right turn islands. We modify the medians to allow for pedestrian refuge. There'd be installation of a new traffic signal that would include APS, or accessible pedestrian signal, at all quadrants, along with improved signal operation and phasing with the removal of those channelized right turn lanes. There'd be the installation of ADA-compliant pedestrian ramps in all quadrants, along with upgrading the existing bike and ped facilities within the intersection.
and also the installation of traffic signal confirmation lights on all signal heads in the intersection. This is to help aid law enforcement in identifying vehicles that run red lights through that intersection. And then also, Kirk had mentioned flashing yellow arrows would also be something that would be proposed with the project. And I should mention, there's been some questions about the validity of a roundabout that were brought forward through all the meetings. A multi-lane roundabout would be needed for this intersection if the traffic signal was removed based on the amount of vehicles, the volume of vehicles in this intersection. Generally speaking, roundabouts work best when traffic volumes are approximately equal, which isn't the case for this intersection. Normandale Boulevard's vehicles per day are just over 25,000, and 98th Street is just over 11,000, so quite a difference in those vehicles per day. So a comprehensive evaluation was not done for a roundabout just because it was not a viable alternative for this intersection in the scope of the safety improvement that we'd be looking to do. So next slide, please. Some information on project costs. Right now, we're looking at approximately $2.12 million for overall construction costs when we include in a construction contingency and the cost for project administration. With that HSIP grant that I mentioned before, at about $1.17 million, covers just about 60% of the project costs, with Hennepin County covering the majority of the remainder of the cost. And the city of Bloomington costs, as you see there at $50,000, we would look to use our state aid, local state aid dollars for that $50,000 amount that we would be contributing. And I should also mention there's no proposed assessments to the adjacent property owners for this project, and we don't anticipate any additional right-of-way acquisition needs for the project. Next slide, please. Property owner contact. We sent direct mailers at the end of September to approximately 1,100 properties, anybody within a half a mile of the intersection, inviting them to an open house, Let's Talk Bloomington page, and also the public hearing here tonight. The open house was held at Tarn Park on October 12th. It was well attended, and there was many good questions asked by property owners, both at the meeting, prior to the meeting, and since the meeting. And we've been continuously adding some information to that Let's Talk Bloomington page because we've had questions that have rose, and we've just been adding information as needed as well. And the comment cards and correspondence from that meeting are included in the packet that you have as well. We've received other phone call correspondence as well, some in favor, some opposed to the project, but mostly just asking questions about scope and funding and overall scope of the project. So next slide, please. Next steps, since we did receive, or Hennepin County, I should say, did receive federal funding for this project, if and when the project is ordered, we would continue our environmental documentation process. We have to go through a project memorandum process. For this project, there's some additional environmental review that's required, looking at items such as impacts to endangered species, historic properties, things of that nature that needs to be done when we have this federal funding involved. Then we'd be looking to complete design here as we move into the winter of 2021, 2022, and starting construction up in the spring of 2022 and completing in the 2022 construction season. Next slide, please. So with that, our recommendation is to adopt the resolution to approve the enclosed feasibility report and order improvements for the 98th Street and Normandale Boulevard Safety Intersection Improvement Project. And with that, I can open it up to any questions council might have. And we know this is a public hearing, so there might be some present that would like to ask questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Simons. Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you.
I see Councilmember Nelson and Councilmember Beloga and Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. Considering I don't live too far from this intersection, I really appreciate this project and have always had concerns about that right-hand turn off of 98th onto Normandale and people kind of flying in there and you don't know if they're going to stop or not. So, but a couple quick questions. There's schools in the area, and in terms of children crossing, is this a area that they cross to get to, I believe, what is it, Normandale Highlands? And I assume it's too far away for any of the Olson or Jefferson students, but will this help with that? Is that something that is an issue currently?
Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, it is not on any designated school walking route. There are obviously pedestrians there, as with every intersection in the city, and so it does help that. And in fact, the free rights, when you have less skilled walkers, we specifically remove those in areas where we can, where you have populations known, where you have kids walking to school and things like that. We actively remove those free right situations just because they don't often know as well how to handle that.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that. And I know that we had a situation, unfortunately, near Jefferson with a situation similar to that with the pork chop and that. But uh, does this address any of the issues? One of the situations in that area is with the plaza to the southeast of that, and there's a right-hand turn if you're headed northbound on Normandale that has its own dedicated lane into the plaza. And but then just to the south of that, there's a street that serves an apartment complex. And there's a lot of traffic that tries to kind of cut through there and cut out there. Would this help with that, or is this not address that, or is that not a major issue from what you've seen? And let me know if you don't know where I'm speaking. It's just to the south of the plaza, south of the church on the west side.
Council members, there could be some cut through in there. It's not been a widespread enough issue that they've contacted the engineering department. And so this project, in that it improves capacity, reduces delay for most of the movements, it's not expected that it would contribute to cut through, and it would probably reduce any kind of cut through. The delays that are being imposed on the movements where that they are changing a bit are not such that we would expect people to go find alternate routes. You're not going to go cut through private property or find strange routes for a 20-second delay. That's just not the kind of thing that inspires that behavior.
So probably just me that does that then. Um, one of the concerns that I've heard from a number of people within that area is with regards to speeds on Normandale. Will this help with that, hinder that, have no impact?
Council members, the question about speeds on Normandale. So the posted speed on Normandale is 45 miles an hour, but it's a very broad, wide road. Anything that we can do to reduce the highway effect of that road will help with speeds, and that's what this project aims to do. Will it have a substantial change? That's harder to say. It will not make it worse, and it will hopefully, yes, make it better just by removing, again, that feeling that you're on an expressway or a parkway or a freeway.
That was my last question. Thank you. Appreciate the information.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Nelson that those right lanes, right turn lanes, were dangerous, and I've had some close calls in those, particularly from 98th Street going north on Normandale. But I also wanted to address the speed on Normandale, but Councilmember Nelson did that. Just want to make note that the multimodal paths along Normandale are not included as part of this project. Is that correct? And can you address what the plan is for that?
Mayor and Councilmember Beloga, that is correct. The paths and the sidewalks that are within the intersection area, that they will be corrected with this project. We're looking at right now, currently, targeting like the 2024 timeframe, 2024, 2025 timeframe to be improving those walks along Normandale Boulevard. We have been getting a lot of comments and questions from folks with this intersection improvement project asking about those. So yes, they are on our radar, and we're looking at like the 2024 timeframe to be improving the walks from 94th down to Old Shakopee Road on both sides of Normandale Boulevard.
Thanks for that update. Appreciate it. And last question is on Normandale, the protected left turn lanes at 98th Street, I see that they do not appear to be under consideration for lengthening. And I will tell you that I drive that intersection on a regular basis, both in rush and non-rush hour. And there are many cases where, frankly, I get fearful because I'm still in the traffic lane and am dead stopped, and see cars approaching me at high speed. And, I've grown to use my flashers in an attempt to notify them well in advance that I am in that stop position. But if we could add an additional 3 or 4 car links onto that on the extreme north and south side, I think it would be extremely valuable to the public. So any comments on that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Beloga, I appreciate the comments there. The most acute left turn lane is the southbound to eastbound movement.
Agreed.
And we will evaluate that to see. We did hear some other comments about that too. If lengthening that is possible within the scope of the project, or does that just take us too far north that we're now doing a different project? We will look at that and answer that question. The lanes are expected to get better for 2 reasons. One is we'll have the option to do permissive left turns, which always makes your intersection more efficient. It reduces those backups in those left turn lanes. So hopefully we don't see a left turn lane backing up into through traffic, as you talked about, because that is a significant issue with the speeds on Normandale. The other issue we have going for us is the ability to reserve that left turn on Normandale Boulevard in the southbound, especially in the evening peak hour, like we do at 94th, which is essentially remove that backup largely on Normandale Boulevard. So 2 things should help improve that. But you raise a very valid question that we need to address is, can we extend that lane a bit? How much makes sense? And can we do it within the scope of the project? So we'll follow up on that.
Excellent. Thank you much.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a similar question around the sidewalks and kind of the timing of those improvements. My second question, when you think about kind of the menu of options for improving pedestrian and bike safety, kind of in general, do you feel like we are doing everything possible at this intersection to improve multimodal? Those who are using multimodal transportation. I'm just curious to know your thoughts on that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Carter, thanks for the question. Appreciate that. Yes, I think we're doing everything that is reasonable under the project, given that whenever you have pedestrians exposed to traffic like that, you want to make the intersection as compact as you can, get them in and out of traffic as quickly, so you don't want these real broad intersections. The addition of the refuge islands in the middle of the crosswalks is a very significant issue. If you've seen someone that is a less speedy walker being stranded out in the middle of a road, that's terrifying to watch. And so we help with that circumstance. We include provisions for future accommodations. Mr. Simons talked about the trails that are going along there. This will eliminate a barrier to those trails as well. And then we've left room and added bike facilities for the east and west direction to accommodate multimodal. Those don't go too far right now, but they will be extended in the future. So yeah, I think that to your question, we've done everything we can. The next question is, how can our partners at the county help us with things like the signal timing? Will they use the leading pedestrian intervals that actually allow a pedestrian to advance out before traffic's ever given a green light to avoid those right hook crashes? And those discussions are ongoing. The county is very interested in pedestrian safety, and so I think we'll have positive results from that too.
Great, thank you. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up was also the issue of speed. And I've had a couple people ask me about kind of, like cameras that could be put on the intersection. I know the answer to this, but I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to that, because I know it is really challenging to address the speed issue. And it's an issue that we have across our community. And so it's a big challenge. And so I'm just wondering if you could answer that question for those who might be watching tonight and are curious about that.
Love to. Thanks, Councilmember Carter. The cameras that people see above intersections right now are actually only used to detect cars. They make the signal run more efficiently. Yet there is a very widespread idea that those are actually enforcing people running red lights and speeding and things like that. They don't do any of that. That's prohibited in the state of Minnesota. We cannot use automated photo enforcement for red light running, for speeding, and things like that. So that's a real challenge, and that's an issue that's beyond me. That was a decision by the Supreme Court that I'm sure the legal staff could speak to better than I could. One thing that we are doing, as Bob mentioned, is we're adding small blue lights on the back of these signal indications. And what that does, it's a little bit off of where your question was going, but that does help the police to do red light running enforcement. It allows them to essentially watch from the back side of an intersection, basically downstream. And if that light goes on, it's wired directly into the red. As soon as that red comes up, the blue light goes on. Up, that guy just ran the red light, and they can pursue them without the risk of crossing over an intersection, which has just changed to green from the opposing direction. So it does help them to be more efficient and much, much safer. Red light running enforcement is somewhat time and labor intensive for the police, and it's not all safe. And so this definitely helps that go forward too.
Thank you, that's helpful.
And to repeat once again, photocop is illegal in Minnesota. It is not done in Minnesota. So I know this has come up a couple of times in the last few weeks. Photocop is not legal in the state of Minnesota. Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. I got several questions, but hopefully they'll go pretty quickly here. I wanted to start off with a comment. I just wanted to lend my support to Councilmember Beloga. That southbound going eastbound, I've experienced that, especially when I lived in the apartments off of 102nd Street. I would go down that way if I was coming from that direction from work, and that was just, you feel like you're taking your life into your own hands. So if we could look at that, I really would appreciate evaluating if we could extend that. And I know that there may be some changes, and maybe there's some way to look at that and then evaluate that after that had been done. When we look at that intersection itself, one of the curiosities, and I know that we're documenting the environmental concerns in a later process, but I was curious or interested in terms of if there would be any impact with this change that's being done in terms of the drainage and the flooding in the area. And I wonder if we could just get a little bit of comment on that.
Mayor and Councilmember Lohman, when we go through the project design, we'll be looking at following the state aid standards and Hennepin County standards on drainage in the area. So we have to do a fuller view of the drainage to make sure that we have the proper amount of inlets up there, to make sure the storm sewer piping is sized appropriately. So there will be a full intersection review that will be done in regards to stormwater to make sure we're meeting state aid standards on the requirements that are needed for capacity.
And from a resilience standpoint, I know that given the climate changes and that type of thing, will we be able to do a full analysis of that in terms of that impact in this particular area? And have we seen flooding or problems in this particular area in the past?
Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, I'm not aware of any major flooding issues in this intersection in the past. I don't know if anybody else from staff has heard, but not that I'm aware of currently. But like I said, we'll be doing a full review when we're working through design. So.
Ms. Long, do we have flooding issues?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, we do not currently experience flooding issues, knock on the wood. And in addition, with the removal of the extra impervious area of the free right turn lanes with the project, we expect the drainage and the runoff to decrease in any given storm event from present conditions, although Councilmember Lohman brings up a good point with resiliency, and I know that's a focus of Hennepin County, and so we will definitely be looking into those design details when we move forward with the project, if we move forward with the project.
I appreciate that. And it looks like you also anticipated one of my other questions in terms of green space being recaptured throughout the project. As I look at this, it appears that we will see additional green space with the project. Which it's very appreciative. One of the concerns that I did see with this, and when you look at the crash data, maybe this isn't for you, is that 75% of that crash data, or 21.75 of the incidents that occurred, were in that right lane going north, and for those free right turns on the other areas. Some are saying, well, why would we get rid of those with respect to that? So could you help just kind of walk me through that, just so I have a clear understanding of those folks who are concerned about? I mean, it might make some sense to get rid of that right going north if you're coming west going north, but why the other right turns?
Councilmember Lohman, that's a good question. They were all designed the same, and so the potential for the problems that we see on the northeast corner are there with all of these other intersections too. There's also the pedestrian issues outstanding, and so we have a design that just is fundamentally not needed, not adequate to safely serve the public that we have. So, and we have had similar accidents on other quadrants, just not in the same time period, or they were one of the other 25% that I didn't go into. And so we have had similar crashes on other corners of the intersection, but just fundamentally we'd like to just do a different design that serves the community a lot better than what we have now.
So what I'm hearing you say is that with the survey data that we have right now, that it happens to be this is a pot. In one sense, we're kind of playing a game of whack-a-mole. If we whack-a-mole this down and we leave the other ones there, we'll be back trying to get these other ones resolved at a later period of time. So when this, if this is done and we order this project, what can we expect the crash rate to be adjusted to? And maybe that's not possible to do it, but once we get this whole process done, what would those rates look like?
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Lohman, as much as I'd like to say it'd be zero, there will be crashes, but it would be similar to or safer than its other neighboring intersections. So we'd be below 0.2, probably down to somewhere in that neighborhood per million entering vehicles.
So significant.
Significant reduction, yeah.
And then just finally here, then, with all of these changes to this intersection, can we expect to see any movement of the traffic out of this particular corridor, putting stress on another place? I think I think about Penn Avenue. We've got that free right turn there on Old Shakopee. Are there, once you kind of solve this problem, are we creating other problems in other parts of this corridor, or north or south of this area by making these changes or adjustments?
Councilmember Lohman, so that's a really good question, actually, quite insightful. There are parallel routes, and that's the concern with an arterial, is we need to keep the volume high enough so that we don't give people an incentive to go find other routes like Nesbitt or Rich Road or any of the other areas. And so, no, we're reducing delay on the main line for the left turns and for most movements. And we're not increasing delay on the side streets such that people are going to go find those routes. If we were talking 100 seconds of delay or much larger numbers, yes, people might have an incentive to go find a different route, but not with the numbers that we're looking at. We shouldn't drive people through residentials or collectors nearby. This should keep everybody on Normandale. The other thing is the county operates Normandale very efficiently too. The signal progression is excellent, and this will add to that. So you start out at Old Shakopee Road, maybe you turn left onto northbound Normandale. You might have to stop at one signal, but generally once you're in that platoon, you're going to keep going all the way up into Highway 100. And so there's a really good incentive to be on Normandale Boulevard. And this project makes that better, not worse.
Oh, thank you very much. When we look at this, very interesting with the reduction from where it's at, from the crash ratings down to where it's at. And I appreciate that staff looked into the roundabouts as well. Been a big proponent of roundabouts, and too bad we can't get one here. So, darn.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Council, additional questions on this? If not, we will open the public hearing on this. This is a public hearing on item 7.2, and this public hearing is a question to adopt a resolution to approve the feasibility report and order the 98th Street and Normandale Boulevard intersection improvement project. Is there anyone here in the council chambers who would like to speak to item 7.2? Please come forward.
May I remove this while I speak?
You can remove that as you speak, yes. And if I could ask you to sign in, please, and then identify yourself as you begin your comments so we know who we're speaking with here.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'm Bill Borchers. I live at 9976 Nord Road, which is about a half-mile southeast of this intersection. I've been a resident there for over 40 years, which means I've had vast experience with this intersection, and in particular, going from on westbound 98th Street to northbound Normandale. I've been there, lots of experience, primarily in the morning and afternoon commuting times, but also during the day and evenings and weekends. And I have some concerns about this proposal and would like to suggest some alternatives that are maybe less costly and less drastic. First, in terms of, let me address first the pedestrian concerns. Clearly I'm all for improving safety where we can. I think there's a better less costly way to address the pedestrian issue. I understand that it's certainly possible to install a separate walk light across these curved right turn lanes, which would only stop the traffic when pedestrians are actually there. From my experience over the years, there are pedestrians, but the pedestrian traffic is very minimal. I would say my personal experience is less than one time out of 100, much less than that, where I have actually seen pedestrians at that intersection. So it's my understanding from discussing this with city engineers at the open house at Tarnhill that you could install these traffic lights across the curved lanes for about $15,000 a light, which is a far cry from the numbers you're talking about here. This will result in minimal inconvenience to the car traffic. In terms of the traffic accident rate, yes, there are problems with sight lines, but this is not unique to this intersection. We have curved right turn lanes all over the city, and we have them on freeways. They work. Yes, there are times when you have to stop and look back. It happens occasionally. I've had to stop. The problem is not so much the inherent nature of the curved lines, it's the impatient drivers behind you who were just not paying much attention. And if you eliminate these curved right turn lanes, you're going to force cars to come to a full stop to turn right on red at the intersection. They're going to have to make a 90-degree turn from a stop, which means you're going to have to require a longer gap in the incoming traffic to safely enter it, which means you're going to have fewer cars getting through that intersection in the same amount of time. We've heard some data. I'm kind of skeptical. I think it's going to be much longer delay at the peak times than what the city engineer just indicated. I have experienced during peak times backups at that intersection going westbound trying to turn north where it's been backed up at times about halfway to the entrance to the shopping center. And you know it's only going to get worse if everybody's going to have to stop before they can make a right turn. I think the delays are possibly going to back it all the way up to that intersection or to the entrance to the shopping center at peak times. And we all know that any increased delays are not going to help any driver's demeanors, which means that the impatient drivers that maybe have caused some of these rear-end accidents now, they're going to be even more impatient as they have to stop and make a full right turn at the proposal we have before us. And I think it's only a matter of time. You may eliminate some of these rear-end accidents, but it's only a matter of time before someone misjudges the traffic gap in making a right turn or simply gets too aggressive to make a right turn when there isn't a sufficient gap, and you're going to have an accident which is much more serious than these typical rear-enders. I ask you to take that into consideration as you deliberate this. We have projections from the city. I think I read one of the comments that were written comments submitted to the city, and there was a suggestion that you could actually, before you commit to changing this intersection, you could get some hard data. You could put some temporary blockades across these curved right lanes and actually compile some data to see how much of a delay there is at these intersections, forcing people to go up to the right turn lane, and see what kind of accident reduction there is and how it impacts the traffic otherwise. And while I'm not in favor of blocking it off, I'd be in favor of doing a study of this nature before you irretrievably change this intersection, which has served us well for a long time.
Mr. Borchers?
Yes.
Excuse me. Typically for public hearings, we limit folks to 5 minutes. I can't help but notice we didn't start our 5-minute clock.
Okay, good.
So I think we're above and beyond that, and I appreciate it because I appreciate your input right now, and I don't see a huge line behind you. But if I could ask you if you could just wrap it up here in the next minute or so, I would.
Yeah, yes, I'm almost done.
Yep, thank you.
I want to say one brief word about the bike lane, which is kind of puzzling to me because there is no bike lane on 98th Street. And inserting it for a brief point here in the intersection, I think I'm like a lot of drivers. I feel uncomfortable when I've got bikes between lanes of cars, and I think it's going to be very confusing. I think if you want to have bike lanes, separate path for bikes, fine. Let's get them, there's room on the shoulders. Let's do the right thing and go all in and make it safe for everybody. So I will wrap this up by saying that I just encourage you, before you change this, to get more data. And before you inconvenience 11,000 drivers a day on 98th Street, look at some less drastic, less costly alternatives. Thank you for your consideration.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Borchers.
Mayor, could I ask him just one quick question, just so for clarification?
Councilmember Lohman, yes.
So when you talk about this upper right-hand turn,
yes,
was your suggestion there just for the pedestrians that are going through the intersection, or were you suggesting something different when you take that right-hand turn? I just wanted to be sure that I was really clear about.
I was suggesting it for the pedestrians, you know, a walk button across that lane. So when the pedestrian needed to cross there, you could stop the traffic and the pedestrian could cross safely to get to the main part of the intersection. I don't know if there's some other...
I was just wondering if there's anything else you were suggesting in terms of that right-hand turn from a safety perspective that would be less costly to kind of deal with some of those rear-end crashes, because I know that the pedestrians weren't in that area.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see if there's anything else you had about
I don't know if there's any technology which could perhaps provide a warning to drivers as to when the traffic gap would be coming through on Normandale. If there is, I'd be in favor of that before I eliminate the right turn lane.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers who would like to speak to item 7.2? Riza, is there anyone on the phone who wishes to speak to item 7.2?
Yes, we have someone on the phone. Her name is Anita. Her line is open.
Good evening.
Hi. Hi there. Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Anita Smithson. And I'm calling just to voice my support for this improvement project at Normandale and 98th. My family lives close to the intersection, just on the east side of it, and my in-laws live just on the west side. And I think that the proposed project would drastically improve the intersection. We love to, in nice weather, walk or bike up to Lund's to get a cup of coffee at Caribou, or to pick up food at North Star Tavern, and then make our way across Normandale to my in-laws' house, you know, just to have time with family. And the intersection is not super safe for a family crossing with 3 kids. It can be really scary at times to do all those crossings, and that's, you know, if we're walking or biking, as one of the prior folks said, without bike lanes. And so doing that, you know, on a narrow sidewalk, and then having to cross all those different access points to get to the pork chops and then across the intersection is just really, really treacherous. So I'm really thrilled that this is being looked at. I had a great conversation with Bob, and I forget his last name, so my apologies there. We had a great conversation, talked for about 25 minutes last week. He answered a lot of my questions, explained, you know, some of the rationale for, you know, why they were recommending what they were recommending. And I fully support that. I am not a civil engineer. I'm not a traffic engineer. But I do know that we would love for our community to be, you know, more walkable and more bikeable, and this would certainly help with that. And then, of course, you know, just going, for me, going west on 98th and then turning north on Normandale, I have nearly been rear-ended many times by impatient drivers who, you know, expected me to sort of just hit the gas and pray for the best going north on Normandale. And I couldn't get a clear line of sight, so I err on the side of caution. as I think many drivers do. But I think that having a different situation there has been proven to be more safe in other communities, and this is a great place for it. And then the only other thing that I wanted to add is that as you're planning the project, if you do order it, as you're planning the project, I would love to see some sort of placemaking happen. 98th and Normandale is a fairly significant intersection here in Bloomington. And I think that is one that, you know, there's rentals, there is homes that are owned by owners, there's townhomes, there's, you know, all sorts of demographics here that I think, you know, we all would really benefit from, you know, something like a bench or, you know, a small bit of public art or even, you know, a wayfinding type sign like we're seeing at some of our other intersections, but something that just helps us have a sense of place. You know, even just reclaiming a little bit of the area with a pollinator planting to help support a more ecological and sustainable neighborhood, I think would be really great. So I hope that if you do order it, as you make those plans, I hope that, you know, you find a way to include some of those aspects that I think that folks in our community would really value. So that is my organized thoughts for tonight. I'm squeezing this in as I'm trying to put my kids to bed, but I appreciate the time and your consideration. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Missant. Riza, do we have anyone else on the line?
No one's on the line now. You may continue.
Thank you. Anyone else in the council chambers? Last call to comment during this public hearing on item 7.2. Council, I see no one coming forward. I would look for a motion to close tonight's public hearing on item 7.2.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Morton to close the public hearing on item 7.2. Hearing no further council discussion on this. Mr. Brillard.
Beloga? I think we heard him there.
Aye.
Carter?
Here we did.
Councilmember Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0, closing the public hearing on item 7.2. Before we move on with this, council, Riza, I believe that is the end of our public hearings for this evening. And so I believe you can hang up. Thank you much for your help this evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments? Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we had several questions, and I wanted to just get some of these out of the way to kind of solve some of these things here. So with respect to, I'm not sure, if, Mr. Simons, if you want to kind of help field these. With respect to traffic kind of going northbound with adding a pedestrian light, I guess my other question would be if we were to, and I can't remember exactly what the, if we were to make it where you could create a lane where you'd be able to drive up going northbound with that right turn, so you'd have a little bit of time to kind of merge into that traffic. I'm just trying to give some example that would change that intersection there. And I understand that we would have problems on the other intersections, but if we just take that right turn going in there, add the traffic stop that the gentleman suggested that came here, what impact would that have to our overall crash rating?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, so you've got several questions in there, and I'll just try to take them one at a time. So what was being spoken to was the idea of putting a pedestrian beacon there at the crosswalk for the free right, is I believe what was being requested. The state experimented with such a design down on Highway 13, and I don't think they ever came up with anything that was satisfactory for that. The issue there is that you have a couple things that are competing for drivers' attention. The first is the yield, or just getting I guess the first is just navigating their vehicle around this corner. The second is the yield conditions and finding a gap in traffic. Then there's that pedestrian issue. And so I don't think that adding that beacon really satisfied anything. It just sort of moved your problem. Yeah, so I don't think they ever found out a design that was satisfactory. If we did try to do something like that as an experiment or a trial, this isn't the location I'd use to do it, because you have now you have 3 other corners where you haven't done that. And what have you really accomplished with that? I think your next question was the idea about, instead of just having the right turn yield to traffic on Normandale, what about if you extend that up to the north, and so it eventually becomes an add lane? And we do have that circumstance right here over at 98th Street and Lyndale. As you go southbound, you make a right, you're heading over to the freeway to 35W. Traffic stops consistently. They come around that right turn and they think that they need to yield, because that's what the way most of those circumstances are, and so they stop. We have the similar situation at 84th and Normandale heading southbound, and we have rear end accidents at that location. There's a lane, it's right there, it's clear to drivers. They can just go and hit it, and they stop. They think they need to yield, and so it doesn't solve that issue.
So let me ask, at that point there, is the crash data better in that circumstance? Certainly we would still have crashes, or is it the same, or what's the, is there a magnitude of any difference there?
From memory, Councilmember Lohman, it's a bit better. Yeah, so I think the crash data is a little better in those circumstances.
But in terms of what we're proposing, that would be superior, what we're to those other options.
Correct. The safest thing that we can do for everybody is just get rid of the free rights at this location.
And is there any other option that was considered that would be superior to the option that's being considered today, that would allow us to keep that free right turn? So for example, what we have on Penn Avenue, but I imagine there's some crash data there as well that you tell me that would not be quite as, but help me understand that. Is there anything else that could be done on this particular thing to improve it, that would keep that right turn lane?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, there is nothing to my knowledge that we could have proposed that would meet all of the goals of this project better than what we're doing. In fact, I can't even think of a runner-up to that would meet half of the goals and do what we're trying to do. So I guess to answer that's a broad question. My answer would be no.
And I imagine that's the reason why the proposal that we have is in front of us today. So I thank you for solving that problem. And then is this a point in time where we might consider some development type things, or is that later down in the project? So for example, one of the callers had mentioned something to the degree of making it more sustainable, or some creative placemaking, that type of thing. Is this a time for us to look at that particular thing if we were to order the project?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Lohman, that's definitely something we could look at as we're working through design. Different options. She mentioned the bench, otherwise a pollinator garden. We want to be sure that we're not impacting any sight lines, of course, with anything that we'd put in, but with all that additional green space, it's definitely something we could take a look at. We were briefly discussing in the early on stages, was also looking at, without affecting sight lines, trying to improve the tree canopy in the area a little bit, since we have all that additional green space. So that's one thing, another item that we would be looking at as well as we work through design.
Well, it's important with the heat island that we've got in the area as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would also, if we do decide to order this, would be interested in all of those types of things. I can't think of any other questions that were asked and answered. So thank you.
Council, additional questions? Hold on one second, don't go away. So Mr. Borchers mentioned a bike lane, and on all the maps that came and went, I don't know that I saw the bike lane. Do you have a graphic showing bike lane, or where it would be positioned, or how it would all work?
Yeah, one second. Maybe.
So perhaps people's eyes are better than mine here, but essentially the bike lane would extend from the signal into the shopping complex. It would run up the shoulder, and I'm thinking about the westbound direction here. It'd run up the shoulder, and then it would cross over into over the right turn lane there, and be put between the right turn lane and the through lane, which is typical on how those are handled now. And then on the other side, it just extends from the shoulder on out over to Nesbitt Avenue. Similar configuration on the eastbound direction, except that you don't have a dedicated right turn lane to cross over, so it would just run along the shoulder in the eastbound direction from Nesbit all the way up across where it would end probably at the right turn lane to the shopping center. And I apologize, I don't have a close-in view of that. We just have to squint.
All right, thank you. Council, additional questions? I am hearing none. Thank you both very much. So, Council, thoughts on this? I mean, we have a proposal designed to improve safety in this intersection that will add time on the right-hand turns and the left-hand turns. We see that the increases. So, your thoughts on this project? Primarily Hennepin County money, a minimal input from Bloomington, actually. So that's a consideration to take in as well, and to look at what the overall traffic flow in your mind, if this works, if it improves safety, if the traffic flow is acceptable. What are some thoughts here? Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. As I look at this particular area, well, Loman's Plaza being right there, got the name spelled a little bit funny, but other than that, you know, I like this area. It's an area that I spend a lot of time in, and I think about that turn lane and what it's like to be able to kind of move a little bit faster, and how that would cut this off. It's going to change the characteristic of the intersection, and I think for those of us you know, who've been here for a long time, it's a major change, and it's not without insignificant. It's not an insignificant amount of time, you know, to wait, you know, kind of trying to take that right turn. But when we look at the traffic data, you know, that we look at over the last this survey, you know, we have 29 crashes that are there, and we had the one fatality. If we can make a change in our intersection, and we've talked about this, and I think that the staff was pretty clear about this. They talked about the idea that this was designed for a different traffic flow. So the urban planner in me says, what can we do to shift this intersection so that it makes the most sense for the neighborhood that we have today? And I think that what staff has done and has brought back to this council is a reasonable response. Now, it will not satisfy everybody. I know that when I come to this lane, and if I knew I could take the right turn, that I could go a little bit faster. But if it saves a person's life going through this, I think it's a good trade-off to wait those extra couple seconds to go through this intersection. And now I completely understand if you live in this area and you disagree with me, I can understand that. That this is a significant change. I know when they change, I oftentimes say this, they changed 86th Street off of 84th and 5th. When I go south, we went from 4 lanes down to 2. I still don't like that. I hate that intersection, but it is a safer route. And I think that as we continue to do that here in Bloomington, we must continue to look at ways in which we can make our cities, slow our city down, and allow folks to enjoy that little bit of time there, that additional green space that we'll find there, maybe that art space there. So those extra seconds that you spend in the intersection, I think are worthwhile. So I will be supporting this proposal that's been put forward. I think this is, again, an example of outstanding work that our staff has done, and to make this part of Bloomington safe and other parts of Bloomington safe. And so I will be supporting this. Thank you, Mayor.
Others? Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very familiar with this intersection. My parents live just literally within walking distance of this intersection. And, you know, as I was thinking about this, as I was reading over the packet and listening to the discussion tonight, you know, I mean, I grew up walking eastbound on 98th Street from my parents' house to what was then and still is in my heart, Loman's Plaza. And I remember even thinking, you know, 25 years ago, when I was 10 years old, this is really unsafe. It's really unsafe to walk that intersection. And then as I got old enough to drive, I started driving it, and I thought, it's still really unsafe. And drive just about every turn in that intersection at least once a week for some reason or another, whether it's going to my parents' house or going somewhere else and doing whatever else it is that I do. And I think that almost every time that I drive through this intersection, that there's just got to be a better way. And when I heard Kirk mention that it was designed for a different traffic flow, that makes sense, because that's what it seems like. It seems like it's just designed for something that's not happening there. And no project like this is going to be without drawbacks. There are the delays may feel significant to some, may not to others, but there will be delays, and that's not that's the nature of these kinds of projects with these trade-offs. But seeing the crash data and not only of course my own anecdotal experience, but hearing from other folks who regularly use that intersection, it is something that needs to change, and I think this is going to be a change that is very much going to be for the better. I think it's going to be safer for pedestrians. It's going to be safer for motorists. It's just going to be safer generally for the community. And I think Councilmember Lohman put it really well, that yes, there may be some folks who experience a few seconds of delay, but even if it doesn't save a life, even if it just prevents injury and things like that, that to me is more than worth it. And particularly given the funding and where it's coming from, I think this is it just really makes a lot of sense. I think this is a good proposal, not a perfect one, but there is no such thing, of course. So I think this is something that I will be glad to support.
Well, I'll just chime in as well. I mean, it's we have similar configurations along 98th Street. We have that westbound to northbound on Penn. We have the westbound to northbound on France. So we do have similar situations. The biggest difference is the speed on Normandale Boulevard, and there's no way around that. I mean, it's set at 45 miles an hour to begin with, and we all know that folks exceed that. So that's my biggest concern with this, and that's why, yes, it's not a perfect proposal, but it does make the most sense, I think, to keep it as safe as it can be, despite the speeds and despite the similar configurations that we see on 98th Street. That's the differentiator here, and I think that makes all the difference and makes this a logical place to implement these changes. So, council, unless others have something to add, would anyone be willing to make a motion on this? Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move that we adopt a resolution approving the enclosed feasibility report and ordering improvements for Normandale Boulevard and 98th Street intersection improvement project.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Coulter to adopt the resolution to approve the feasibility report and order improvements for the 98th Street and Normandale Boulevard project. Hearing no further council discussion on this, Mr. Brillert.
Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you much for the report. Mr. Borchers, thank you for your perspective. Greatly appreciated. I think folks did, it is something that I know folks did consider, and I know we talked to different people, different folks talked to different residents in that area. So appreciate your spending time with us this evening and bringing your thoughts forward. Thank you. Next up on our agenda is item 8, our organizational business. And item 8.2, and if you're tuning in late, item 8.1 was a timed item that we did earlier in the evening for some bonding issues. So item 8.2 is a project review for the Old Shakopee Road and Xerxes Avenue intersection. Now, we talked about this last week, and we had a full review from the staff and details. We were short a couple of people last week and wanted to make sure that this is a bigger discussion, a bigger consideration for the entire council, and wanted to hold off until we had everybody here before we made the final decision on this. And so, staff, is there anything more to add, or no presentation? We're just kind of having this discussion. That's good. That's fine. Just wanted to make sure. So, council, we had this presentation last week about the recommendation, the by staff to add the turn lanes. We had the discussion back and forth, and I think there was general consensus to move forward with it, but would like to hear if there's anything that folks wanted to bring forward or anything additional from our council members who weren't able to be here last week. Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say to my colleagues how much I appreciate your willingness to pen this over. I was a little bit ill last week, and I didn't want to get anybody else ill here on the dais with kids especially. So I do certainly appreciate this. This is an important area, and I do know that residents did come forward with their concerns about this area, not only just from this time losing their property, but this is but from previous times where they have lost their property, and it is not, again, as I would say, not an insignificant loss to lose a piece of your property here in the city of Bloomington, and so. But when we also look at safety in the city, in fact, we just talked about safety here, and if I were to ask the similar questions of staff, they would come back and they would say throughout those different proposals that we saw last week that the proposal that we saw here is going to be really what's the best with respect from a safety perspective. And so what we're asking you to do, or what I'm asking you to do, is for you to look at the common good of the situation. And I know for some of those folks, this will mean a significant reduction in your property. And the question that I have that's not germane right now, that I would ask the mayor at a later point, when do we get to a point where the minimum lot size of a property is, we take so much of that property that it makes sense to go further with that proposal. So, and we can save that for another time because that's not germane to what's going on here. So I just want to say that for those folks that are there, staff did take the time. They were serious, and they were in their sober review of different options that they had. And I appreciate staff taking the additional time in my district to look over this information to see if there was another way in which that we could meet those concerns. So with that being said, I would be willing to support this. I understand for those folks who live in that particular area, they may be angry, and I want to let you know that I hear you, and we did everything we could do to try to do something different, but it just wasn't in the cards this time. We could not make that happen, and we need to move forward with this because public safety is important here from a fire standpoint, from a policing standpoint, and from a traffic standpoint. And so that is why I will be supporting this as I supported the previous piece. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Council, anything else on this? As I said, we went through the full presentation and had a pretty robust discussion last week on this. Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to get out. I think we received an email with a question from a resident with regards to bikes in this area, and I'm just wondering if there's a response to that question, or if staff needs that question. I might be able to find it.
Ms. Long?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, the question is, there is a northbound bike lane shown on the project, but there is not a corresponding southbound bike lane, and that seems very odd. Why did you make that choice? We agree with the constituent who asked the question. It's a very good question. The reason we made that choice is because it is a safety improvement project. It is not a multimodal improvement project, and if we were to make the southbound bike lane, we would have to extend the project limits and acquire right-of-way from several other parcels. So there's nothing we're doing in this proposal that would preclude the future addition of the bike lane. It's very tight, if I'm honest with you, but we could construct it at a future date once we have, normally we look for other funding sources to see if we can help find some assistance and make those connections. So we agree with the intent that the long-term vision is to have the southbound bike lane as well. But with the free right from the eastbound to southbound, we didn't want to put bikes at peril at this point in time.
Thank you for the information. I appreciate it that it's being thought about in the long term. So Thank you. And
Thank you.
thank you for the resident for raising the question. It's a good question.
Council, anything additional? If not, Council, I would look for action on item 8.2. Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and put forward the motion. Mayor, I'll move to reaffirm the ordering of the Xerxes Avenue and Old Shakopee Road intersection project on August 9th, 2021. That all council questions and project contingencies have been resolved, and that there are no outstanding conditions for the design or acquisition of right-of-way necessary for the project.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Coulter to reaffirm the ordering of the Xerxes Avenue and Old Shakopee Road intersection project. Council, do we have any additional questions, comments? Hearing none. Mr. Brillard.
Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Loman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Well, thank you. Thanks for the staff work on this. I'm glad we had an opportunity to consider this as a full council, and I'm glad we could get this done. Item 8.3 is a discussion item tonight. No action on this one, but it is a discussion on buckthorn.
Good evening, Mayor
Evils
Bussey.
of buckthorn.
Yes.
So,
Good evening, Mayor Bussey and
Good evening.
council members. I'm Ellen Bialis, the Deputy Director of Public Works, and I am here to provide some background information on the regulation and management of buckthorn, everybody's favorite plant. On August 30th, Carolyn, if you could go to the next slide. On August 30th of this year, the City Council requested a study item to consider the regulation of buckthorn on private property in Bloomington. And tonight, I hope to provide some introductory information for the council about why buckthorn is a problem for our natural environment, the current regulation of buckthorn in Minnesota, what surrounding cities and Bloomington are doing to address the problem, and some considerations for the council if they wish to pursue further regulation of buckthorn within Bloomington. So next slide, please, Carolyn. I know that council members are fairly familiar with buckthorn and its potential impact on our natural environment. But for those residents who may be watching the meeting or aren't as familiar, I thought it might be helpful to provide a little bit of background information on the plant and why it poses such a threat for our natural areas. Common buckthorn is a plant that's native to Europe and Asia. It's a highly invasive shrub, or it can grow like a small tree that can reach heights of 20 to 30 feet, and it can have branches which are up to 10 inches in diameter. It was originally introduced to North America as an ornamental shrub and was used for living fence rows and as wildlife habitat. It was thought to be a really good plant for this because it is very hardy, it maintains its green leaves well into the fall, and it provides berries for birds and other wildlife. However, the things that made it originally really made it appear desirable are the same things which now contribute to the problems that it causes. I've listed out on the PowerPoint slide some of the reasons that buckthorn is problematic, but most specifically, it presents a problem because it outcompetes other native plant life and robs them of nutrients and light and moisture. Buckthorn will completely take over an area and degrade the natural habitat that's needed by other plants and wildlife. Those berries, which kind of look attractive at first, have seeds which are quickly spread by birds and other animals, and we know that they don't pay any attention to property lines or city boundaries, but they lead to its pervasive spread. And buckthorn also lacks any natural controls that would curb its growth. So if it's left unaddressed, it really threatens those natural areas and outcompetes other plants. If you can see the picture at the bottom of the screen there, It shows how buckthorn can completely overtake an area. All of that green shrubbery in the picture down there is buckthorn taking over territory that was once filled by a variety of trees and other plants. Caroline, next slide. So, what's currently being done to control buckthorn? Buckthorn is listed as a restricted noxious weed by the Minnesota Department of Agriculture under the Minnesota Noxious Weed Law. The Minnesota Noxious Weed Law defines a noxious weed as an annual, biennial, or perennial plant that the Commissioner of Agriculture designates to be injurious to public health, the environment, public roads, crops, livestock, or other property. The law is designed to protect residents from the harmful effect of these noxious weeds. MDA classifies noxious weeds into several categories, and I have them on the screen there for you. Each of these categories relates to the level of impact that the weeds can have. Classifications range from the most serious, which are prohibited noxious weeds, to less harmful plants that are specially regulated. The statute also allows for individual counties and municipalities to regulate plant species that may be specific to their particular areas. However, regulations can only be created by counties and cities for plant species that are not already listed by the Department of Agriculture. The enforcement of those specific regulations, should a city or county decide to proceed forward with them, would be falling to the creating governmental unit. At this time, neither Hennepin County nor Bloomington have any weeds that are listed by the county or city as noxious weeds. Next slide. The Department of Agriculture lists common and European buckthorn as a restricted noxious weed, meaning that it may not be sold, transported illegally, or intentionally planted in Minnesota. Restricted noxious weeds like buckthorn are not required to be controlled or eradicated by law. Homeowners and property owners are strongly encouraged to manage these invasive plants on their properties in order to help reduce the spread into new areas. Because it is already listed and regulated by the Department of Agriculture, a plain reading of the statute would seem to indicate that the city would not have jurisdiction to create further regulatory ordinances. I included a Star Tribune article in your packet which describes an attempt in 2010 to change state statute to allow for cities to develop ordinances requiring private property owners to remove buckthorn. As the article describes, that attempt was not successful, and it lends some credence to a plain reading of the statute which gives the regulation of buckthorn to the Department of Agriculture. I was not able to find any additional attempts to change the statute to allow for cities to further regulate buckthorn. However, if the council wanted to pursue regulating buckthorn further, legal may want to conduct a more thorough review of the statute and any preemption issues that might arise from it. Next slide, please. So, it does not appear that any surrounding cities or any other cities in Minnesota have adopted ordinances requiring residents to remove buckthorn on private properties. This is likely related to the Department of Agriculture's classification of buckthorn as a restricted noxious weed. Other considerations may also come into play, including the prioritization of staff time and resources for removing buckthorn from public properties, the cost effectiveness of various removal methods, which may require multiple interventions, the magnitude of enforcement given the pervasiveness of buckthorn, and the public response to an additional regulatory requirement. Next slide, please, Caroline. The slide on the screen shows some of the actions that surrounding communities are taking to address the problem. Most of Bloomington's neighboring cities approach the control of buckthorn with a combination of aggressive mitigation efforts on public properties and education and consultation for owners and managers of private property. Several cities also provide an equipment loan program or an easy buckthorn disposal program for the brush that's left behind to encourage buckthorn removal by private property owners. Next slide, please, Carolyn. Much like surrounding communities, Bloomington encourages the removal of buckthorn on private property with a variety of educational materials and the loan of removal equipment. I included in the council packet an information sheet that is available on the city's website and provided to residents who inquire about the removal of buckthorn. We also provide regular articles about buckthorn in the briefing and through the Sustainability Commission's e-subscribe newsletter. And weed wrenches are also available for people to loan out. In addition to these items, and you heard about it a little bit earlier this evening, the Bloomington Parks Maintenance staff and the Sustainability Commission collaborated with the communications team last year to put together an award-winning video to educate residents about buckthorn and to encourage its removal. Parks Maintenance staff and the city's Parks and Recreation Department actively work on the management of buckthorn on Bloomington's public property, and staff collaborate with the Sustainability Commission and other groups to provide volunteer buckthorn busts on public property. In fact, we're having a buckthorn bust this weekend, this Saturday along 9 Mile Creek. Next slide, please, Carolyn. If the council would like to proceed forward with additional regulation of buckthorn on private properties, I would recommend that the first step would be for legal to review the Minnesota noxious weed law and make a determination about what level of regulation the city could take. If it is determined that Bloomington can develop additional regulation beyond the statute, there would be several issues that the city would need to consider, and it would likely involve staff from across the city. These types of things would include, but they may not be limited to, determining which would be the primary department within the city that would develop and implement some kind of a program. Could be Parks or Public Works or Environmental Health. There would necessarily be some development of an ordinance, which include the regulations themselves, how they would be enforced, what an appeals process would look like, and any fees that would be associated with that. It would likely involve the development and implementation of a new citywide inspections program. There would need to be public education and community engagement surrounding the new ordinance. We'd need to consider what level of assistance we could provide to property owners to aid in removal. And there would be some city financial considerations, including staffing and equipment and those kinds of things. The consideration of each of these areas is likely to consume a fair amount of staff time, sort of along the lines of the development of other citywide programs, such as the bulky item removal program and the time of sale energy disclosure program. And given that there aren't any other models to work from, I would anticipate that the development of the ordinance would probably take between 18 to 24 months before a program would really be ready for consideration and implementation in the public. Okay, the next slide. So I hope this kind of introductory background is helpful as you consider next steps. And I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Well, thank you. Thanks much for the information. So you mentioned the buckthorn bust coming up this Saturday.
Yes, there's one last slide. So.
Oh, okay.
Carolyn.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to spoil the surprise. My bad.
Yeah. We'll put in a plug.
Please do. But the buckthorn bust is in, and they always have been. Those are on public land, correct? Whether it's city land, I think they've been down in the river bottoms as well, at least once or twice. Mm-hmm. Is there anything in place where the city, whether it's through Public Works or others or other public agencies, goes around and identifies buckthorn, knocks on the door and says, you've got buckthorn in the backyard, you should pull it out for these reasons, and then hands them the brochure, that kind of thing? Is there anything like that type of direct one-on-one information, interaction, education that goes on to let people know what they see in their backyard is this nice green tree to help them realize and understand how harmful buckthorn is.
Sure. Mayor Bussey, I am not familiar with any program where we've made that level of effort to do the identification and letting people know. I think sometimes it's difficult to see the buckthorn because it is oftentimes in people's backyards and backyard spaces, so we haven't had a dedicated program to alerting people to it. It could be something that could be considered as part of our approach to trying to address it.
Sure. Just wondering, and
Yeah.
as I said, I know the buckthorn busts are on public land, or on public land, but I wonder if there's a private equivalent somewhere. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on your question, in reverse, if residents had a question, didn't know how to identify buckthorn, didn't know how to remove buckthorn from their yard if they thought that they might have it, is there someone that they could contact at the city to get assistance with that, at least some advice and guidance? You know, you put up what other cities are doing with that, and what's the best route for people to go if they want to clean up their yard?
Well, sure. As Mayor Bussey, Mayor Nelson, as I indicated earlier, we do have informational materials for people, and that does refer them either to talk to one of our Sustainability Commission staff or to our Parks Maintenance staff, who are very knowledgeable about the removal of buckthorn and can talk with people through that process and how to do it in a way that really addresses it and keeps it from returning, because it has a tendency to want to do that.
And I've got a really handy plant identifier app on my phone that you just take a picture of the leaves and it'll tell you exactly what it is, and it's really slick. Really. Councilmember Lohman, and then Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. This came back quick. This is one of the quickest presentations I've ever seen come back. So I appreciate that it came back so quickly so that we could look at this. So when I kind of think about this topic in particular, I think about environmental land stewardship. And this kind of firmly, in my opinion, fits within that scope of work. And so when I think about our goals around what we need to achieve from a measurable standpoint, I would think that this would be a significant portion of that battle. We kind of burn it back, beat it back, and then it comes back. And then I know that there is a significant amount of this that is out there in the private areas that we need to kind of remove and get rid of that. And so one of the things that I asked myself when I looked at this kind of preliminary proposal is, okay, so if that's the problem that we have, what are the best solutions by which to kind of combat and go after this? And so when I was looking through the documentation, that one of the questions that came to my mind, and I'm hoping that you might be able to opine on this and a few other ones that I have here, and I can do them one at a time if you want to, but I'll just get them out there so you can kind of hear them, is, what are the most successful programs in dealing with the removal of this buckthorn, both in private areas, public, private residencies and public areas. And what are those programs that are within the state that are most successful? And what are those ones that are most successful maybe outside of our state? So that's kind of one question I had. The other thing I had that I asked myself the question about in terms of, we, in a sense, are able to regulate grass in that clipping. Why is that different than this noxious weed? So that's kind of a legal question I kind of had. How is that different than that? Why do we have jurisdiction here, for this particular thing, and but not for something else? So let me just stop there. I have a number of questions, but I'm just gonna just center into those two questions, because what I really want to figure out is what's the best proposal that we can put forward to really come after this land stewardship and reduce this problem that we have across our city.
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Lohman, I would say that there are, I'm sorry. not loud enough here. I would say that the management of buckthorn is an ongoing issue, and I would say that probably all municipalities across the state continue to deal with it and struggle with it to a degree simply because it's so pervasive and it's so challenging to eradicate. The most successful programs that I've seen that are restoration projects around the state are very aggressive about the removal of buckthorn on the property and then also replanting the area with native plants and native species that are going to take root and compete against buckthorn. And those are projects that need to be continually managed to prevent the buckthorn from reestablishing itself.
If you don't mind me asking, my interruption, so if you look at what they're doing, the most successful programs, and what we're doing now, what's the gap between what we're doing now and what they're doing? Not only from a resource kind of standpoint, but also, city manager, I know we've talked about this a little bit. I know we're kind of getting the cart a little bit ahead of the way here, but from a resource standpoint, from a staffing standpoint, and also from a monetary resource, how far are we away from that? And I know you're talking about the state stuff. Did we look at any of the outside of the state, some of those other programs that are out there?
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Lohman, I didn't look much beyond the state of Minnesota to see what other people are doing, and I think it's challenging to try to quantify exactly what the costs or the expenses are for dealing with it, because I think it is pervasive, and so there's a lot of ground to cover, and it's, again, when it's on private property, it's challenging to know what the scale of that really is. In terms of how we compare to other cities, I did not take a look at, kind of the budgets or what other people are spending on an annual basis to deal with buckthorn. As I indicated, most of our surrounding communities and most of the states in Minnesota are really doing that aggressive education for homeowners and property owners, and are working on their own public properties to help to eradicate buckthorn. Clearly, we have, and I think you've done some touring around of some of our natural areas and know that we have a lot of work yet to do to really address the problem here in Bloomington. But I do think it's hard to quantify that at this point in time, simply because it's kind of an ongoing need in order to kind of manage it and maintain it and bring it back. So I don't know that I could put a dollar figure on that amount.
Thank you for that. So I guess what I would say, Mayor, is as we continue to kind of look at this situation, I think that's going to be what's, just from this council member's perspective, the more important piece is really trying to get a clear understanding of what the problem is and what success looks like. Because I think that if we are going to take city resources and work towards this, and we talk about the idea of environmental land stewardship, that's one of our principles when we look at sustainability. How can we appropriately get this done? Is the resources that we need to get this done beyond our ability to do that? Is the monetary value that we need? Do we need to kind of do that? So I just hope that as we look at this, and this is a great first take. I mean, I know we had to start somewhere, and so you got it. And I appreciate the fact we got it back, but some of those questions I sort of wanted to kind of get at. And so while I have as I get to the end of this presentation, I have more questions. So I think it's a good place to start because I think we just need to do a deeper dive to understand what the full scope of this is. And I know there are a number of residents who have commented about that. Their feedback is that we're, because of how we look at this, that we're maybe not being as serious with this. But as you've mentioned too, this is a huge issue. And I don't know that there's been many folks that are out there who have been very successful in this area. But just because that's the case, it doesn't mean that, that our great staff here in Bloomington can't do it. We really knocked it out of the park on a couple other items. And so I'm hoping that we could maybe have that opportunity to look to see, is this something that we can can really look at. So that's where I'm struggling with right now. I just don't know what the scope of this is and how much this is going to cost. And I definitely want to do something because I know what this means, from a land perspective, and the value of our land, kind of going forward. So that's where I'm at right now, and I certainly want to open up so other people can comment as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess when I looked at this agenda item, I agree with what you're saying, Councilmember Lohman. I also see your presentation is really focused on the regulatory question. And so kind of in direct response to that, my position would be I don't really feel comfortable taking kind of a heavy-handed regulatory approach for all the reasons that you laid out. And then also just thinking from an equity perspective, there are plenty of people in our community that wouldn't have the resources, the means, the time to be able to tackle it without some kind of additional support or resources. So I guess a question that I have, kind of getting to your point, Councilmember Lohman, kind of around the broader issue and what we could do. In the Parks Master Plan, we talked about a natural resources manager and the need for that position. And I guess I would think that this would kind of fall under that bucket of work and developing out more of a robust, like kind of doing more robust research and developing a more robust plan in terms of education and engagement of community, and just the variety of strategies that cities across the country are doing to tackle this issue. I guess I saw your presentation as much more solely focused on kind of this issue of regulation, but that knowing that there's a much broader approach that we could take, and that would be my preference. And thinking about this natural resources manager, it seems to make sense that this body of work would kind of fall under the scope of what we're talking about in that space. And then I had one question related to your presentation. For the loaning of the equipment, do we charge for that?
Mayor Bessie, Councilmember Carter, no, we do not.
Okay.
We loan those out to people. We label them with our information, and people have been very good about returning those to us.
Great, thank you. So I don't have any other questions or comments.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Well, I largely agree with what Councilmember Carter has laid out. I think, when something is called out like that in state statute, in my experience, that is done for a reason. Sometimes it's just because one legislator was persistent enough, but that happens. But the state generally, looks at that for a reason, right? And so I would say, in addition to what Councilmember Carter has suggested with our natural resources manager, that this might be a topic we engage our state legislators on. I know invasive species has not been as frequently discussed in recent years. I know it certainly was a few years ago. But I think this is something that we, to the extent that we can, let's see what we can do within our natural resources management. But this is something that goes far beyond the borders of the city of Bloomington, as you obviously pointed out. And I think this would be a great opportunity to engage our state legislators, the Department of Agriculture, the DNR, and other folks, and see what opportunities there are. And, as it happens, I just did a quick search on the reviser's website, and at least for this current biennium, not a single bill has been introduced that even includes the word buckthorn, which suggests to me that some trees need to be shaken, literally and figuratively, I guess. That maybe some conversations need to be had about this, because this is clearly an issue, and if there isn't that kind of engagement at the state level, that's a little worrying to me.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our urban forests are going away. If you walk in any of the woods in urban areas, what you'll find is it's hard to find a 1 caliper inch tree growing in those woods. Those will be the ones that go and replace the current 12 and greater caliper inch trees that people see and enjoy today. But the pervasiveness of our buckthorn is literally destroying that. They are, for all the reasons that staff in the report mentioned earlier, that they grow so densely that they rob the nutrients. They take the rain, all the nutrients and things that a sapling would need to grow. And education has, frankly, so far made some inroads, but not significant. In fact, the problem has gotten worse over the past 10 years rather than better, even though just about every community is doing education. So as Councilmember Lohman said, we are the stewards of the land, and we can either sit by and watch the erosion factor go here, or we can be proactive and do it. And as Councilmember Coulter said, we need to look at the state regulations, and this appears to be an administrative dictum that has created the definition rather than a statutory thing of what a prohibited and what some of the other classes are defined as. And getting those kinds of things changed to get control where it belongs in the communities that it affects is really important. So I urge that we continue to look at this question and work on it and find creative and innovative ways to address the issue. It's an overwhelming problem. The cost to eradicate an acre of buckthorn, I think in some of the parks we've spent well into several $100,000. And if you look at that and multiply it just in the city of Bloomington, it becomes a staggering amount. So, but we cannot wait. We have to move forward because we're losing ground. So we need a multi-pronged attack on this, including a legal review of the readings. And I've read the information that Ms. Bialis presented, and I concur with her reading, but I'm not a lawyer either, so I'd like to have different interpretations generated by people who may be more qualified than me. So thank you.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick questions. How much of the buckthorn issue is on public land versus private residential land versus private commercial land? I mean, where are we best served in addressing this? Because going to the legislature absolutely makes sense, but is going to take time. Where can we make the most bang for the buck here?
Mayor Bussey, Mayor Nelson, I'm not sure that there has been any survey of areas to determine which areas have the most buckthorn or areas that are. I know that it is a significant issue on public property, and that many of our public partners are also working to address it. But I don't know that there has been any survey of private property out there that really thoroughly addresses what the scope would need to be to address it in those areas.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I just, the reason I bring that up is I don't want to miss out on the opportunity to address what we own, our public lands, while we go after private lands and maybe legislative changes and things like that. And I also want to just make sure that everyone understands that I am not the mayor or a mayor or anything of that nature. So this is a misspoken word, but yeah, so I I think this is a really serious issue, and I think that the Sustainability Commission took me and I think most of my colleagues or all of my colleagues on a tour of where they had done some work there, and it was absolutely stunning. And if anyone in the public had the opportunity to see that, the difference between where they cleared it out versus where it was continuing to thrive was so dramatic in terms of the light and candidly the animals and the other fauna in the area. It was really good. And I just want to make sure that we don't miss the opportunity to take care of the public lands, because Bloomington is blessed with so much parkland within our community. And I think that is our highest priority, is taking care of that, leading by example. And I agree with putting it on the legislative agenda, and I'm not trying to diminish that, but let's take care of ours first.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you. Just real briefly, that Councilmember Nelson, his comments kind of sparked an idea. I wonder, have we heard, are cities to the point of identifying on private property where this is a particular issue using, I saw in your presentation materials that it stays green pretty long into the fall. Aerial surveying? I got to imagine there's folks with drones with a camera on them that maybe we could send up to figure out neighborhoods that are particularly bad or large properties that we can't get deep into. Is anybody doing that kind of work?
Mayor Bussey, Mayor Martin, I know that the DNR has done some LiDAR mapping of various kinds of trees and other species along those lines. I'm not familiar if they have done any specific mapping of buckthorn areas. It could be that there are some researchers out there that are doing that from aerial photography. It may be a little more challenging than doing an aerial overview of trees, which are much taller than the buckthorn, which may be lower to the ground and a little more difficult to spot. But again, since it does stay green longer into the fall, it might be identifiable at certain times of the year.
I'd just be curious, especially maybe over at Normandale, if there's programs utilizing that kind of technology, but not for this specific purpose, if there's a way to expand that a little bit. So thank you very much.
So, Council, here's what I'm hearing. Tell me if I'm on spot on with some of the things that I've heard. I think everybody has talked about additional and creative ways to deal with this problem, because yes, the public education is great, but I think there's got to be different ways, whether it's drone mapping or, I mean, even my low-tech knock on the door and say, hey, you've got buckthorn in the backyard, that kind of thing. So to look for new and creative ways to continue the public information, the public education that has gone on, and gather more information. I think the suggestion that Councilmember Coulter made about trying to push this forward in terms of a legislative agenda item, because I think that makes sense, because it's hard to do anything. Our city, there's no boundaries with the birds, with the animals, with everything else. There's no boundaries with that. And so I think if we take something on, if we take on an effort, I think it needs to be a larger effort than simply the city of Bloomington. I don't know, I heard Councilmember Beloga suggest continuing to move forward about a regulatory approach to this. I heard others not so enthused about that, and frankly, I'm not all that enthused about that direction right now either, primarily because it doesn't look as though we have an opportunity the way the law is written now and from a legal standpoint, and I wonder if that's just spinning our tires. I mean, I agree, like Councilmember Beloga, I'm not a lawyer either, so I don't know that for certain. Anytime any effort that our legal staff would spend looking into this would be time, it would be effort, obviously, taking a look at this, whether or not we can do that. So I heard there was not as much enthusiasm regarding the regulatory effort for that, for that practical reason. I also heard that we've got to do something. I mean, we need to figure out something, and so maybe this is a call to action of, this was a good first step, a baseline. This is where we are, but where could we be in terms of partnerships, in terms of new programming, in terms of how to continue to work with this issue to get ahead of it in some way, shape, or form. I mean, Does that make sense if we move forward that way? Councilmember Lohman?
So, yeah, I think most of what you said made a lot of sense. I guess the one thing I'd like to know, because I'm not a lawyer either, I'd really like to have some definitive understanding of what that regulatory piece is. So that's one piece. I think two, I really want to know what the scope of this problem is. Maybe it is the drones going up and, and then we classify that land. Maybe there's a GIS solution that would allow us to gain some understanding of what this is, and then really try to quantify this, because I think it's one thing to just kind of be running around working on this but not have a clear goal. And it's sort of like what we have with the rest of sustainability. We have a clear goal in terms of the carbon emissions and what we need to do to kind of get to that. I think we really need to get to a point where we can monetize this. And then finally, my third piece is what are the best programs that are across the state and across the country doing to eliminate that, identify those programs, and then really test it, to see how far away are we with them. So those would be the three things that I would directly suggest in terms of what we do kind of moving forward. Regulatory, figuring out what that is, because I think even if we don't go down that route, understanding what we can and can't do may give us some more creative ideas. Secondarily, defining what the problem is, because at this point, I'm not really clear what the problem is. And then comparing what we're doing with other best in class, either within the state or within the nation around this particular issue.
Any other thoughts or input on that? If we put those two comments together, do you think we could, do you have enough to work on then if we have those things to look at? Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I've already sent a note to our person who coordinates our legislative platform to be in touch with Ms. Bialis and Mr. Keel and figure out if there is some sort of language that we can insert into our legislative platform for the council to consider later this year.
Very good. And Ms. Manderscheid, could time be carved out from a legal standpoint to look at this a little bit more, to see what would be permissible and what is a no-go zone?
Mayor, members, yes, I've already been in communications with the attorney that is responsible for the Public Works Department, and she's interested in working on it and familiar with the plant as well.
Very good. And Ms. Bialis, I mean, I think looking at you in terms of what are best practices, what are some big ideas, what are ways we can take this on? Because, I mean, Councilmember Beloga's right. It's not getting any better, and it's definitely a threat in a lot of different ways. So we turn to you, and I want to echo Councilmember Nelson's thought that I think, I mean, you're talking goal, you're talking priorities. I think our public lands in Bloomington would be goal number one. Mm-hmm. So. Just a thought there as well. Council, anything else on this? If not, thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Bussey, one more plug for
our
Buckthorn Bust this weekend on Saturday. We'll be meeting at Harrison Park and doing some work on removal along 9 Mile Creek. So we're really hoping to have some folks come out and join us in doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks much. Item 8.4 on our agenda is the City Council Policy and Issue Update. Mr. Verbrugge.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I have nothing to report this evening.
Council, do we have anything on our council issues, policy and issues update? Councilmember Lohman.
Just one very brief thing, not insignificant, hopefully. I did want to just, as we're getting close to the end of this cycle, I just wanted to just say how much I've appreciated and enjoyed working with my colleagues that are gathered here. I've enjoyed our conversations that we've had and the things that we agree on or disagree on, and I look forward to us finishing out the rest of the year, and I'll look forward to future councils. But I wanted to just say how much I've enjoyed working with each and every one of you, and thank you for your work and dedication to the city of Bloomington.
Council, anything else? I'm going to throw in, because it's Halloween weekend coming up, I want to make sure everybody knows about our, it's the city's first ever trick or treat trail over at Normandale Lakes. Let's see, 3 to 5 p.m. on Halloween. and candy, music, a lot of fun, different things going on. And I just want to call out specifically our partners on this is the Bloomington Optimist Club. The Optimists have been doing Halloween celebrations for years in Bloomington. They're great partners and always have been, so thank you to the Optimists for your work on this. And if you get a chance, there's information, I think, on the city's website. I know there is on the Bloomington Optimist page. So please take a look and join us. And I will be there in costume, and I'll let you guess what that might be. So, good. So, Council, anything else? Very good. If not, our final item on the evening is a closed session of the City Council. And this will be a discussion about security concerns with Civic Plaza. As I've said before, when we moved into closed session, there are a limited number of things where a City Council can go into closed session. Labor negotiations, I think negotiations on other things, and public safety and security issues are another issue where we can go into closed session. So we will go into closed session and have a discussion and then come back into open session before we close our meeting. Mr. Verbrugge, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Just for council members, you have a new link that was sent by the council secretary just about half an hour ago. So if you're looking for the WebEx link, it's in your email inbox.
Very good. Council, so to close a public meeting, we need to adopt a resolution to close the public meeting to discuss security concerns. I look for a motion.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Lohman to adopt the resolution to close the public meeting to discuss security concerns. Any additional comments? Hearing none, Mr. Brillard.
Beloga. Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries. We are going to move into closed session, and we will have our discussion then. We will come back into open session to close the meeting. officially back in open session. It is 10:12 and we are back in open session. And we have concluded our agenda for this evening. So council, I would look for a motion to adjourn this evening.
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Coulter and a second by Councilmember Beloga to adjourn this evening. Hearing no further council discussion, Mr. Brillard.
Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Loman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much. Good
Night,
discussion
folks.
tonight. Thanks.